Zaklav. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, everybody?
Yeah. Oh, if your audio is distorted, refresh. You're probably behind, and Twitch is speeding the video up slightly to make you catch up. Yeah. Yeah, I've had that problem before. On Twitch. Hopefully a refresh helps. Also, I gotta check this. I re-downloaded that video. Yeah, it's been a thing for years. I re-downloaded that video, so hopefully that part is not fucked anymore. Okay. Hold on. We got to go to... There we go. This part right here. See if it still hitches, because I deleted it and re-downloaded it. Okay. I think that fixed it. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay. We're good now. Just needed to delete it and re-download it. So, we're good. Jesus, that dude is fat. Holy fuck. Can we stop looking at that guy? Good lord. Let's stop looking at that guy. We hate that guy. Anyways, what's up, everybody? How we doing? How we doing, everybody? No, I've lost some weight since I got here, dude. Since I moved to Texas, I've lost some weight due to sweat. Just sweat weight, just water weight. I probably lost like 5 pounds. And I've gotten a bunch more tan. And, well, tan. Tan is relative. Pink. I've gotten some color. Eat some cookies. I will. I will eat some cookies. Thank you, Igmus. Can we purchase some of your sweat? Asking for a friend. If I thought it would sell, I would sell it. If I thought I could make a big amount of money on my sweat, I would sell you jars of sweat for sure. But I think it would just be you, Pete. And you'd have to buy a bunch of jars of sweat to make it, like, you know, worthwhile for me. So how many are you thinking of buying? Because if it's 50 or more, I can get you. I'll swing you a bulk deal. Thank you all so much for being here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel Third, and we're gonna play some Lego Batman while we wait for the two showcases that we have today. We have Black Voices in Gaming and the Sony State of Play coming up later. And the first one will be in about 2 hours, give or take. And then the second one will be an hour after that. Or, well, depending on how long it is. I don't know how long that one's going to be. But it's 3 p.m. Eastern and then 5 p.m. Eastern for those two showcases. So we will be watching both of those, don't worry. And the Sony State of Play we'll be watching with the drop frames guys in just in a voice call. We won't be doing the whole, like, all of us on screen thing. We'll just be in a Discord call so we can mute each other and that kind of shit. Yeah, 2 hours, 40 minutes for the first one. Yeah, 11, 12, 1. No, 2 hours. Yeah, 2 p.m. my time. So 12:20, 1:20. Oh, and then 40. Yeah, 2:40. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You right. For the first one, for the Black Voices in Gaming.
Zeke, I think Scott is a weeb.
You think he's a weeb? I don't think he's a weeb. I don't think he's much of anything. Chad is always right. Yeah. I hope it's okay to say the Love Watch showcase like this here, as I don't see the Why isn't there a white voices in gaming comment you usually get? Same thing for women in gaming. Yeah. There will be none of that. Because that's silly. And yeah, and not only is it silly, like the most part of it, like it's just a dumb thing to say, but also it's played out, dude. That shit has been old for a while. Like for the last 15 years, that shit has been like, but why isn't there a White History Month? Like it's fucking over. That's just, it's dumb and it's been said. Yeah, the white voices will literally drop frames talking over it. No, they won't be joining me for that one. No. It'll just be me watching that one. Drop frames is only joining me in State of Play. So yeah. It's kind of scary how buff Scott has got. Maybe hit the gym, bro. Have you looked at Scott? As far as I know, Scott doesn't have a social media presence. Like, how do you know what Scott looks like, Vincent? Huh? How do you know? Is there anything you're looking forward to in the Sony State of Play? I mean, I don't do research before these things. People ask, like, it feels like something I should be doing. Oh, hold on, I didn't brush my beard. That's better. So people ask me that shit all the time, and I feel like I should. I should know, like, what's rumored and what could be there. Like, I just don't, though. I don't look. I like being surprised, so I don't look ahead of time. So, like, when I see something, I'm like, oh, yeah! You know? I know Wolverine is going to be there. Right? Yeah. There you go, Bubba. Okay. But yeah, I don't know who else. I don't know what else like is even predicted to be there. Persona, maybe. You send Vincent pics directly. Well, that's nice. Hey, a little reaffirmation of your progress is always good, especially from a stranger in the UK. That's totally normal. Totally normal. Zeke, after seeing the P5 VOD and how happy and full of life you were playing that, I think you need to do a P5R playthrough. No, I don't. I don't need another 200 plus hour fucking playthrough on my stream. Did not have to give 8K to get pics from him, Zeke. Vincent. Email. You just got to email me, baby. What do you want? You just got to email me. I mean, we can work something out, me and you. Like, there's a handful of people that I'd be like, what do you want? Picture of my butthole or something? Like, you want me to, like, in a maid costume, turning and looking at the camera, like, ooh, I'm a naughty little maid. Like, we can work something out, man. Just an email. That's all it takes. That's all it takes, man. We can work something out. Actually, we can't. We cannot do that because that is not in line with the rules of Twitch. I would never, ever do anything like that for a viewer. Ever. Let me thank some people. How about that? What if I thanked Madian? Thank you, Mata, with the 50 months. OMG Donut with 9 months. OMG Donuts also, like, I don't know if you, like, just love the donuts or work there or have worked there or have an affinity for them. But, like, OMG Donuts are really good. Thank you for the 9 months. Vincent gifting out 6 subs to Grinbringer, Sir Quagsire, Ramrock, Elromd, or Elro MD, Kibosh, and F Machius, or F Mac One Ass. Thank you for those, Vincent.
And hail Berserkers!
Thank you so much. Also, Sharchini with 50. Adderday with 74. And Neo Total has the big 6-9. Nice resub. Hell yeah. Was that the AI correcting you? Man, I really hope I get that, dude. Because that will be like a new thing on the stream. If it's easily accessible and readily available, like, and it like midstream pop-up of the AI telling me like if I can turn it off, I will, because it's stupid, but like we'll play with it a little bit before we turn it off and like check the middle of the stream and see what the AI is like. Hey, listen, your engagement can be improved if you said fuck a lot less, if you stopped yelling at your chat for being dipshits, quote unquote. No, it'll be fucking funny, dude. I hope I can get that. Have you tried any jalapeno sausage collages for breakfast yet? DJ Bahamut, I don't eat breakfast, homie. I usually don't eat breakfast or lunch. I've recently started having a cup of coffee in the morning. And then I wait till like 8 or 9 p.m. to eat. I don't know why. Just the way my body works. It's like if we're in work mode, we're not hungry. After work, though, I'm like, let's eat something. I know you only eat one meal and still look like that. Prince Ali, I'm saying. All these people fasting. And I can't lose a fucking pound. It's probably because when I eat all of it. I think that's probably it. Like the one time I eat per day, it's everything. Makes coffee with a protein drink every morning. You know, I should do the One Punch Man thing and eat a banana. Just eat a banana in the morning. Just have a banana for breakfast. Get your metabolism going. Everything. You like a banana at night? Yeah. And then do 1,000 push-ups? No, it's 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups every day, right? And then run 10K? That's the Saitama thing? Oh, and don't ever turn on your air conditioning, which I don't think I could do that. That's the part. That's the part that I couldn't do. Is I don't know what that has to do with anything, but like he in that little like description of how he got his powers, like he says he leaves the air conditioning off. And I'm like, fuck that. In Texas, you can suck all of my ass. And your hair is almost already got. No, it's not. Jesus, Vincent. I have a receding hairline, but I still have like the hair that I do have is thick and luxurious. And you wish you had this kind of hair. You don't, though. I just have less of it. I don't think I'll ever go bald. The men in my family never went, like, have never gone completely bald. They have had receding hairlines, but they always have had hair their whole life. No bald spots either, as far as I know. Your hair is receding where? To your ass? No. No. My ass is pink and smooth, man. It's very strange. Like, I've got a hairy chest, but my ass, just smooth like eggs. My 14-year-old mustache has more hair. Your 14-year-old's mustache. God, that was so weird, dude. Before I left for Texas, I went over, Katie and I went over to Scott and Bree's house for one last dinner before I left. And his kid, who I've known since he was 2, and like watched him grow up as a fucking kid, has a mustache. Like that little, you know, the teenage, like I just started growing facial hair mustache, but it's there. It is there, and you can see it. I'm just like, oh my God, what the fuck are you doing with a mustache? And he has a mustache and long hair. He looks like the kid, like two kids grow that kind of hair. They have the long hair, long greasy hair, and the really like fledgling mustache. Either a fucking dork who plays D&D or like is in advanced classes and gets, bullied all the time, or the kid that's like, I learned how to roll a joint first among all of my groups of friends. Like, I was the one who learned how to roll it properly. And he could be both. I mean, there's nothing saying he couldn't be both. In Denver, you can absolutely be both. Maybe you can pass down your duster to him. I used to wear a duster. I felt so cool in that duster. You have no idea, walking around high school in my duster, thinking I was the coolest fucking thing in the world. I was not the coolest thing in the world. I'll just tell you. You probably know that kid who was like walking around like, yeah, badass duster. I listen to I don't know what's the Marilyn Manson of today? Or the Nine Inch Nails, or the White Zombie of today that kids listen to that like annoys their parents. Like, is there like a satanic group that people listen to? That kids listen to? There isn't, because parents nowadays don't give a fuck? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I think it's still Nine Inch Nails. Really? Sleep Token? Forgive me for saying, but Sleep Token is pussy ass shit compared to what we used to listen to. We used to have like Headbangers Ball and shit. We used to have Fucking Hostile. Like, we used to have shit like that to scare our parents. Sleep Token is not a bad band. I went and saw them. I watched Sleep Token live at the Red Rocks, and they were really good. They were excellent. But comparatively to what we used to listen to as a kid, that's some tame ass shit. And Genga with the 119 months, swear to me! Hell yeah. To burst your bubble a little bit and brag, my son grows his hair out to donate to kids with cancer. Man, fuck you and fuck your kid. For real. Don't give me that shit. You hear me, Z? You hear me, Z? You think you're better than me? You 14-year-old little bitch! I will knock you out! He's cutting it this summer? Okay. No, I've done that. No, honestly, I've done that a few times. I mean, I don't think I could do it now. I don't think they take it. Like, they'd be like, oh, thanks for this, like, 5 strands of long hair. Like, we'll make a paintbrush out of it, maybe? I don't know. Vince Ali? Prince Ali. Thank you for giving us something. Martha! No, sir, you need it more. That's what they do. I'm like, here you go, some hair for the children. Like, no, sir. It stated in the guidelines, it clearly states, only give what you can spare. And I don't think that's you, sir. I don't think that's you. All right. Well, we got Lego Batman. Let's continue on with Lego Batman. I've been doing shit off stream. Don't look at the 33 hours because I left it on during the entirety of Drop Frames last week, so it's not, I don't have 33 hours in it, but I do have probably about 20. Just cleaning up like Riddler trophies and shit like that. But I didn't progress any of the missions or anything like that. So we'll be right where we left off for the missions. But we're going to play this for a couple of hours. And then we've got Black Voices in Gaming coming up here at 1:45 p.m. my time. And you can see it's 11:36. So in 2 hours, give or take from now. And then Sony State of Play is in 4 hours. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to just hang out with some bats. Some batsmans. And then we'll watch some showcases together. Oh, that's too big. Oh.
Jeff Scheller is too big.
Jeff Chella is too big. Zeke Coney, I am about to open up a Pandora's box here, but what, in your opinion, is the best Batman? You got to clarify. What do you mean by best Batman? Like best Batman in video games, best Batman movie, best Batman voice, like best Batman. Like, what do you need to like best person who played Batman? I'm not sure what you're getting at. I mean, because if you're talking about people who played Batman, like, it's hard to beat Kevin Conroy. Very iconic voice of Batman. But if you're talking about people who played him on screen, and this might be sacrilege, but it's a toss-up between Keaton and fucking Ben Affleck. Oddly enough. I thought Ben Affleck did a fucking excellent job as Batman. I was surprised. I was surprised as you are. Like, I don't particularly like Ben Affleck's acting, but I think he did great. No, I'm an outlier, man. I really liked the two Batman v Superman, and to a lesser degree, I liked Justice League. But I love seeing
all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
And then, of course, my mom. My mom is probably the best Batman. I'll be honest. I'm Batman. Thanks, Pete, and thanks, Mom. All right, we have to investigate the docks. Oh, we just got Talia. That's right. We just unlocked Talia. What you want, Bane?
Knock, knock. Who's there? Bane. Gotham's reckoning.
Gotham's reckoning. No, yeah, Sky. I like the Frank Miller parts. The fight between Batman and Superman was really good, and I love the way like it was one of those moments, those like Thanos or like Avengers moments, picking up the hammer, like when he was like, "I have a question for you. Do you bleed? You will." And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Like got chills. I was like, "Yeah, dude." I love that part in that read. I thought that was good. I really enjoyed that. Okay, so yeah, I unlocked all the radio towers, and look at all the shit we can collect. And I've been collecting Riddler trophies, as you can see here. See, I collected all of them on this island, and then I started on this little section here. And then I'm making my way up through it to do all the Riddler trophies. So I'm having fun doing that in my off time.
I hope you're a better driver than you look.
What does she drive? I want to drive what she drives. Why does Bane have my number? Because he's a genius, right? That's the lore behind him. He's actually like super genius, super strong guy.
Thank you for the lift. I hope you're a better driver than you look.
No, everybody get out. Switch to her. Call her vehicle. What does she get? Oh, motorcycle?
Let's get moving.
Okay. Sure.
Come in, anyone on patrol. Trike-1 is seeing some criminal activity. Multiple curs are in a kerfuffle. I repeat, this is a kerfuffle. Over.
Damn it. Oh, wait, where am I going? I'm going to the mission. Idiot. God damn. I have another waypoint that is a glitch, I guess. That permanently glitched waypoint on my map. As much as I like driving, it is so much easier to get around with just your glider.
Nice driving.
This could be the place we need to look.
Okay. Of course, Batman is lagging behind because he's a slow-ass, slowpoke motherfucker. There we go. Alright.
Blue flower.
Oh, that's right. We're on the trail of
Coincidence.
poison ivy.
Maybe there's another clue nearby. The League's insignia. They're here already.
Either that, or the League has set up its own courier service.
Another crate's blocking the door to get inside. Need to find something to move it out of the way.
I don't even know what you have. You have sleep darts and... Oh, sleep darts and teleport. Shadow teleport or something. Oh, okay.
Something's seriously up with that door. No way I'm getting inside.
Ah. That's why. Okay. I knew she'd be useful. It gives me Jesse Fox vibes too, Scribbles.
Ah, that's more like it. Now to look inside that crate.
Now, wait a goddamn minute here. That looks like a... Oh, is it not a thing? It looks like a hack thing. Okay.
I don't seem to have the necessary tools to open this.
What, do you need a penis?
Soon
Because
have this
I definitely have one of those.
This has been here a while. What's this? A ticket to the Tunnel of Love.
Wait, isn't that part of that horrible amusement mile place?
All right, how far do we got to go? Oh, yeah. All the way up here. All right. Deploy the bat penis, Alfred. Sir, are you sure it's only been tested? It hasn't been proved out in the field. Do it, Alfred. Give me the bat penis.
The assistance is appreciated.
Warning all units. Crime in progress in the East End.
Oh, God, stop it.
Looks like a thief's trying to take something that isn't theirs. Over.
Ugh. Amusement mile. Not exactly my kind of place.
Oh. This looks like a place that somebody who enjoys fun and games and clowns and jokes would enjoy. $14.99 for a large pizza? Alfred, prepare the bathtub. Bathtub. What's a tub? That only works if you print it. I will investigate.
This seems familiar.
Fucking slidey puzzle?
It's a door puzzle like the ones back in Nanda Parbat.
It seems that some pieces are missing. Maybe they're somewhere close.
What's this? Looks like someone's rigged this machine on purpose. Without those cogs in place,
Oh,
this
cogs,
lever
cogs.
isn't going to do
Okay.
anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that fits. Just gotta place two more.
I like cogs. And we have coggers now, by the way.
That's all of them. Now to activate the machine. It worked. And there's the missing puzzle piece, just as I thought. It's a puzzle piece. I should find more. Something tells me Service with a Smile left this place a long time ago.
I never watched Batman Beyond. I only watched a little bit of the animated series.
Can't get past this door. Better leave it to Talia.
Easy peasy.
A second puzzle piece.
Puzzle piece. I love a good French accent. It is French, right? Seems French.
Unless I'm mistaken.
Ow! What? Please continue. What? You were gonna give me a clue. Pull the nipples.
It seems as long as I hold this, the cage door will remain open.
Okay. All right. Get the fuck out of my way.
Good work, Talia.
Oh!
Now we can ride the roller coaster to...
Grab the missing puzzle piece. As a friend of mine once said, way ahead of you.
Okay, so we just can ride the roller coaster? Fun. Everybody hands up.
What goes up must come down. Better hold on. This could get bumpy. Alfred's always asking me to use a coaster. Pretty sure this isn't what he meant.
Oh my god.
This should be the
Missed
last piece
one.
of the puzzle.
I missed a nib? Now wait a goddamn minute. Ha ha ha. There was a circle of birds right there. What does that mean?
Looks like I have all the pieces I need.
Oh, I didn't even know it'd give you clues. Ferris wheel, lighthouse, and roller coaster. There you go.
Okay, the puzzle's ready. Now just to solve it.
Oh, okay.
Et voilà. Whatever the League is planning, we'll soon discover it in here.
Batman Beyond? No, Never watched any Batman Beyond. The tunnel of love. Oh, I should have taken Robin on this. Damn it. Shit. I wonder what if it would have been the same sequence if Robin wasn't on that with me. Oh.
Come, it is safe.
Yeah, I think that might be Croc.
I knew it. It's Bane.
So what's his problem?
He was born out of the darkness and grew into a soulless mercenary. Even more ruthless than my father. He's a monster. Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy, Two-Face, merely pawns. Bane has been orchestrating this chaos all along.
For the sake of Gotham, I will send him back down the hole he crawled out of.
Don't underestimate
Chef
him.
and the hot dog.
Wait a minute. I might have known. This one never misses a party.
Oh,
Joker.
fuck.
Should we question him?
Yeah, come on. He's in custody at the GCPD.
Meow. Yo, Kicks How! The 65 months singing Kicks How.
Holding the Joker at the GCPD on North Island.
I'll follow you.
Good chili fries.
Those are some good chili fries. They were indeed. And now we're into the Ledger Joker now, right?
Attention all officers. Looks like something's happening in the East End. Criminals are trying to take someone's stuff. Not cool. Over.
Okay, we're gonna pause to do a race. Let's see. I haven't done this one, right?
good to know your limits. These challenges...
Wait. Oh, the filter's on. Fucking idiot. Okay, I have not. Okay.
Still
It would be green. All right, let's go. Minute 20. Let's do it.
Never could get these load times down.
That was close. Nope.
Well, I certainly couldn't do what you just did. So I'm not gonna criticize. Maybe try again.
Ah, damn it!
Loading up a training sim for you. Relax. It's a fun one.
Fucking choked at the end. Just choked because I missed that last fucking checkpoint. Oh, so bad. Yeah, it was the fire truck. It wasn't me. It was the fire truck that fucked me up. That's right. I'm not a bad driver. The fire truck was in my way.
I think I really outdid myself on this
Damn
one.
it, dude. God damn it. I hate this so much. It's so easy if you just like, you know, keep your wits about you. But my wits are never about me.
Not gonna lie, your driving concerns me.
Oh my God. I should be okay. I'll still be okay.
I assume you're familiar with the concept of...
Your time's pretty good, but why not strive for the best?
No fucking way. No fucking way. Fuck.
Ready to push a few limits? Initializing AR field.
No fucking way, dude. Jesus
19%
fucking
missed call.
Christ.
Shows what they
I don't know how I missed that every time. Every single time. I've never hit it straight on. I don't know why. I got it, but fuck.
Come, baby, come, baby, baby, come, 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 baby, come, baby, baby, come, come.
You meant to leave, right? Well, the training's not going anywhere. You can always come back.
Hey, you here for the Joker? I think I can help you. Come over here.
Okay.
If you want to speak to the Joker, I got some bad news. He ain't here. We got orders from up top to send him straight to Arkham Asylum.
Oh, do we get to go to
Strange,
Arkham?
huh?
Let's go.
You want to head there now?
Yeah. You will not be able to leave this mission until it's complete. Sounds good. Let's do it. Cause I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Oh, and by the way, it is we're now in June, and I just want to let you guys know that due to all of the Summer Games Fest showcases and shit, we will be doing the If Then, but next Saturday. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday. That's illegal! No, I'm not gonna do it during the fucking showcases, dude.
You better get down here. I think our boy might be in trouble.
You two. You just can't stay away. You want to see a magic trick? Nope.
Not in the slightest.
Ready to get moving when you are, Batman.
Oh, hell yeah.
We were surprised he got here so quickly. Apparently, someone higher up put a call in to send him straight back.
They knew you'd all miss me if I was gone for too long.
Zip it, clown.
Oh, Frankie, you really have missed me. How's the wife and the two
Yeah,
little
this is Arkham
boys?
Asylum.
Yep.
Just ignore him, Officer Bowles.
Security alert detected.
The same sound effect, too. Bing, bing, bang.
Born on a Monday.
He's huge.
Make sure he stays secured at all times. We do not want him getting out.
Something's got you spooked, Batman. I can tell. Must be really serious for you to actually come inside this place.
All right, everybody in. We're going down.
So, does your new sidekick have a name? Or do you just call her Robin to save reprinting your business cards?
Cash. How much farther to the interrogation room?
It's just through here. But you may want to keep your head down.
Looks like some old friends want to say hello. Don't be shy. Go, catch up.
Oh my god.
For round two?
The Clock King.
I never thought you'd pay me.
Or this egghead.
Man. You're usually in here to chat to the Joker. Well, I guess the yoke is on me.
And this is Deadshot or something?
Today, you'll regret coming
Deathstroke,
here.
that's what it is, Deathstroke.
This cell can't hold me forever. When I get my hand,
Calendar Man.
I've been counting down the days until I saw you again, Batman. I hope today is the day I get my revenge.
Oh, that's the leader of the, oh my god, from the Frank Miller comic. That's the leader of the mutants, right?
Well,
Yeah, mutant leader.
Big Bat in Arkham. Why the dilly-dally? You want round two? Let's do it. The
Who else we got here? Oh, the Clock King. Okay.
Has our rivalry stood the test of time, Batman? I would have gotten my uniform dressed if I knew you were paying me a visit.
This fucking guy.
Very berserk coming.
Black Mask.
You think you're so tough.
It's funny they let him keep his mask in there.
If this duel wasn't here, still pretty tough, probably. Look who it is.
I'm trying to figure out who this guy is. I don't know this guy.
A visitor. You'd be in quite.
Oh, it's the Condiment King. Oh my god, that's why.
Then, Batman. You ain't a very popular guy. Batman got a new spud.
A cyborg?
Oh, you want some? You come here to take a good.
Oh, that's Deadshot. Oh, okay.
What are we to you? Some kind of rogues gallery?
Love it.
I knew this day would come.
Okay.
Oh, come to have another crack at it again.
Let's get moving. I hate it in here.
Okay, so just to recap. I got out of Arkham, caused a bit of playful mischief, and got sent immediately back. Open and shut case. But for some reason, you've come all the way here, the belly of the beast, just to tie up some loose ends? Does anyone know the punchline here? 'Cause I'm lost for words.
That would be a first.
Here we are. Let's sync up before you get started.
Don't keep me waiting, boys.
Oh, okay.
Go sync up with Cash so I can ditch this clown.
This is not a good idea. You should never be out of Batman's sight.
I want my phone call.
What suit am I
This
wearing?
is what he
I
had
can't
on
remember the
when
name
you
of it.
pulled him in. Nothing but weapons, rubber ducks, and this.
Oh, chicken's real chewy today, boss.
Sal, you idiot. How many times? This is the evidence table. The buffet table is over there.
Fucking God.
Come on, come on.
I'm sorry. I can't connect you to your bomb at this time. Please hang up and try again.
The old good cop, bad cop routine.
Talk.
It's a league.
Why so serious?
Oh, well, I'll be Bat Cop, of course. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go good cop. I'm gonna make the choice.
Joker, old buddy, old pal. Here to tell me what the League of Shadows have planned for little old Gotham.
So polite. I'd love to tell you, but I've never even heard of the League of Shadows. Sorry.
Never heard of them.
Let me try.
All right. You're going to intimidate.
Tell us about Bane, or we show all your new friends in Arkham this.
Bane's the big fella, right? Not too much to tell, other than he looks like he gives great hugs.
What's Bane's plan?
Ooh, I like the sight of you.
Let me show you a side you won't like.
Cheesy, dark, or nutty? Oh. Ooh. Shit. I'm leaning nutty, but I do like cheesy as well. That's, you want to get nuts? Come on. Let's get nuts.
You want to get nuts? Come on. Let's get nuts.
I do love a throwback, but I'm allergic to nuts. Whose idea was this? Coming into Arkham and wasting your time with little old me.
It's
Called
not
it.
working. I'll make him talk.
Bane's boss?
Who is Bane working for?
Not me, if that's what you're asking. But you already know that, don't you?
Where is he?
Where is he?
Ooh.
Where is Bane?
Bane?
Bane. Where is he? Where is Bane?
They really keep going with it.
Martha.
Martha? Why'd you say that name?
Sorry, I mean Bane. Where is he?
Fucking great.
Have you not worked it out yet? Because I have.
Ah, we've been set up.
Oh, this whole thing is a trap. We need to get out of here.
Hey, no fair.
The League.
Move.
Bruce, the doors! Dead shooter.
I thought his name was Deadshot.
How many times? That's the other guy! The name's Deathstroke! And when I'm done with you two, you won't forget it in a hurry.
They made the same mistake I did. That's great.
I've been digging a tunnel with this, and the whole time you had a sword? You're the worst, Deadpool!
Ah! It's Deathstroke! Ah, I mean... Deathstroke. And you're going down, Batman. You can...
Your defeat will be served sunny side up.
Today's the day, Batman! Ready? Aim!
Just like that, is it?
After it!
Killer Moth! I didn't even know he was up there.
You were never cut out to be a real supervillain, Walker.
For the last time, it's Killer Moth! I'll show you!
Oh shit! Here he comes.
I guess they didn't lock him up tight enough.
Solomon, you don't have to do this. Listen to me, Solomon. Stop this.
Solomon!
Got him.
The elevator. Let's get out of here.
I don't think we can take much more of this.
That was great. I love this fight. All the rogues gallery come out. And you beat the shit out of all of them. Yes! Possibly one of my favorites.
Fear gas.
After Joker, he might be my favorite Batman villain. I love Scarecrow.
Come on. Let the fear flow through you. It's too late. The fear gas is taking control. This isn't good.
From the broken mind of the Bat, I present to you his deepest fear. We are each other. Enjoy the fruits of your dark nightmare, Caped Crusader.
We're still in Arkham. This is just fear gas twisting our reality.
Leaving the Bat children on the sidelines whilst you enter the belly of the beast with a total stranger. Your decisions are that of an amateur.
Amateur.
As would be disappointed in you.
You finished, old man. Peter gonna dust ya.
Love it.
You don't get it, son. The only one getting dusted is you.
Slice. It's over. You just now. Why you're flat.
I love the mutant speak. I love that. Oh, fuck.
Sauce Prince, the Batman is mine.
Fucking Condiment King. Jesus Christ. Throw him in the trash, cause I'm the trash man.
Anything you'd like to say to our former master? If memory serves me correctly, you collapsed an ancient fortress upon this shirtless man.
Shirtless Ra's al Ghul, look at that.
So good.
Fine. Just stay focused.
Damn it. Not what I intended to do, but whatever.
Let's get out of here.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Oh yeah, for whoever was asking, this Batman outfit is called Zur-N-R. Maybe it's time for a switch up though. Let's switch it up to yeah, let's do the sonar suit. Why not? Oops. Let's make it gold. Sure. Hell yeah. I don't think she has any outfits, no, but she does have. I like it when they match. Oh shit, it is Pride. It is Pride Month. I forgot about that. Yeah, let's do Pride Month. Forgot about that.
ZK High.
There you go. Pride Month Batman! But for this month, he's called Buttman. Chris, thank you for the 53 months. Wandering Nine Finger with 90, thank you so much.
Talia! You're making a terrible mistake.
Not as serious as yours, I fear. Mr. Wayne?
Bane.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by... Ah! Who put that there? I could have really hurt myself.
You looked a lot shorter from over there.
You fight like a younger man, with nothing held back. Admirable, but mistaken. I will take everything from you. Your precious energy device, gratefully accepted.
Oh yeah, it's Matt Berry.
It will serve well as the core of our Dionysium bomb. Then the city of Gotham will feel the weight of your absolute failure.
Break his back, dude! Break his back!
I will honor our former master, Ra's al Ghul, by finishing his work. For I am the League of Shadows Resurgent.
Break his back! There you go.
I wondered which would break first, your spirit or your body.
Your body.
Definitely your body. Let the games begin.
Bruce. Bruce.
Bruce. Are you
Oh, that's a croissant. I thought it was a turd. I thought it was a Lego turd.
Are you all right, Master Bruce?
Bruce. We're here.
Martha?
It'll be okay.
What are they chanting? Rise.
People of Gotham! I bear joyful tidings. The Batman is no more. This is the dawn of a new era. Aloft, your city's symbol of corrupt decadence, Wayne Tower, hangs a primed Dionysium bomb. This is the instrument of your liberation. It hangs as a warning to any would-be vigilantes, to any deserters, and to the rest of the nation, that this city is free from their corrupt machinations.
Oh, so you ain't gonna blow us up?
What? Of course I will, but just not today. We take Gotham from the corrupt, the rich, the oppressors of generations who've kept you down with the myth of opportunity. And we give it to you, the people.
Me?
Sold.
Where?
To the man in the cold sweat.
No, not you. Or you. And definitely not you. Yes! Yes, yes, you! You the people! Gotham is yours. None shall interfere. Do as you please.
Woohoo!
Without a containment harness, it's only a matter of time before it detonates.
Boom! You let your guard down.
Oh, please, Grayson. My drone spotted you 2 blocks ago.
Still no word from the Batcave?
Nothing. With the bridges down, power out, comms jammed. Bruce is a survivor.
Funny. All this time trying to step out of his shadow. But right now, I'm really missing it.
We got this, Grayson. Let's go defuse that bomb. We'll make him proud. The rooftops are
so they're
too
forcing me to play as
exposed.
Nightwing.
Then we'll stick to the shadows.
Okay.
This neighborhood's really gone downhill.
There's an underpass on the other side of the courtyard. Let's start by heading there.
Okay, so we have masks, shields, something, and treasures. Okay, let's see. Let's do ice armor. Okay, let's just do classic for now. Whatever.
No more heroes, no more corrupt elites, and no more Todd from Smoothie Shack. Good riddance, Todd. Try misspelling my name from inside a cage.
Huh?
Oh, they're league banners. Okay. There you go. Shoot him. What? Yeah, dude. No, that's why. Okay. Whoops.
Too risky. Bad guys everywhere.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. How do I? Nope. Oh, I had to do it at a workbench, don't I? If I want to like upgrade their shit. Did you know good hide and seek players are hard to find? Okay, I get it now. It took me a second. No, I wanted to upgrade his finishing moves, but I think I gotta do that at a workbench. Hold on, what is fucking this thing? Oh. Yo, Monchin Jiners! Always Monchin Jiners. Thank you so much. 83 months, almost 7 years, dude. That's a hell of a streak there. Nope. God damn it. Oh, they just give me money. Okay. No, there's a green brick on my scanner here, which means there's a, hey, there we go, something. Nope, that's just a, okay. Oh, there it is. Fuck, it's right out in the open. Idiot.
Ooh, now we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, we made it. Let's head through the underpass.
Okay. I'm guessing there's probably only one each. Oh.
Yeah, that's how you get things done.
Fucking noogied
I can't believe how bad things have gotten.
Gotham is now a bastion of freedom, from which you may not leave. Especially you, Todd, from Smoothie Shack.
We're gonna get you and get you good.
to find the console to shut it down.
Okay. If Todd was misspelling Bane's name, what was he putting on the smoothie? Brain? We've got a smoothie here for Brain.
Those tumblers will attack us on sight.
Okay. God damn it. That doesn't look right. That looks like it's not supposed to be clipped into the environment there. It's a reference? Oh my God, okay. That's Harley Quinn animated show. It's fucking funny. That's great. Yeah. Gets his name wrong. Bang. Bang. All right. Come on.
We don't stand a chance against those tumblers. Better steer clear.
Okay.
More of those drones.
Gotham's elite use their power to do nothing but exploit you. Well, that and approve the shared e-scooter program, but I don't think that's a fair trade, do you?
Come on out! Vigilante fighting time! Get ready to go splat!
Oh, I put him in the fire bin. That's great. right. That's why I like fighting with him better. Because he has that cool, like, yeah.
Those tumblers mean business. Better not chance it.
Oh, there's something. Wayne Tech. Okay.
My day just got better.
Good, okay. Oh, nice shot, dickhead.
It'll be a bad time if those tumblers spot us.
Think we've controlled this place enough?
Down here and through the old subway tunnel. That's kind of the right direction.
Yep. There we go. Oh my god! Okay, if I see a guy standing on one of those things, I can launch him. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Alright, alright. Duly noted. I will remember that for next time. No, it skips pretty fast from Robin into Nightwing, for sure. Oh, those are armored, okay. There we go. You're welcome.
This is a reminder that your Batman is gone. I broke him in two, like a two-fingered chocolate wafer snack. Or a glow stick. Those are fun.
Those are fun, you're right.
Okay, this is good.
Alright, 3 of 5, good. No, don't do that. There you go.
No!
Aha!
You got that one? There you go. Good boy.
Of course, the tunnel's completely blocked. Let's see if we can change that. I bet we could build something to clear the way for us.
Favorite references so far? Well,
This will do the
my absolute favorite reference so far is the, I mean, it's the fact that they licensed the song Party Man from Batman '89. That got me grooving, dude. That shit was awesome. Okay.
Come to Gotham, become a superhero, have a few laughs.
Yeah, he did it! He did the fucking...
Say, who's hassling us now? Huh?
Die Hard reference.
This gate's in the way. Better fix that.
Gotta be her. Gotta be Oracle.
Aim is my game. Yeah.
The Jaws Easter egg? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now this means there is a Wayne Tech case. Maybe?
Eat my asshole!
What do you call a lawyer that also cooks?
A sous chef. Oh, I get it. That's a great one. Okay, so there were golden nibs leading up to this. Nope. Aha, there it is, in the trunk of the car. Fuck, nice. Good hiding spot.
You sure find some interesting stuff in this line of work.
Dude, please stop that. Oh my, get out of the fucking sewer, you dipshit! Oh, I can't get up that high? It won't reach? Huh. Okay, so I gotta be on top for this? Because I can't hit it there? Alright. Alright.
What's the big...
Oh!
Looks like we're heading back to street level.
See, my head's already in the gutter, prob close to the sewer. Yeah.
Yes, and the crowd goes wild.
I really thought they'd put up more of a fight.
Oh, sorry.
To the owner of the blue sedan, license plate ending 497. In what was very clearly a no parking zone, I took the liberty of blowing it up for you. Just because Gotham has been returned to the people doesn't mean you can disobey traffic signage.
And oh, I'm using this.
Ja, sicher, sicher, sicher.
No, God, stop grabbing that thing. This. Thank you. Red brick, there it is. Oh, shit. That was a whoops.
Don't think we're gliding across this one.
Okay, I'm still missing 2 symbols and 1 chest.
We're getting close. Wayne Tower, here we come.
Oh, I didn't run them over?
Henceforth, Wayne Tower shall be known as Bane Tower. Please update all your maps accordingly.
Do you know about the collect reward thingy in the Batcave for challenges? Maybe not, honestly.
Hey, you think I got time to call my mom? Keep your mind on it. What? Where now? Oh, not again.
Ow! Oh my God, he's legless sitting there like the Black Knight. There's a computer that shows all the challenges and which ones you have done. Oh yes, I did. I actually did a little bit of that. Like it's been a while, so there's probably more challenges in there that I've completed, but haven't got the rewards for. Okay, so there are golden nibs here. Oh, there's the Wayne Tech case. Oh. There we go, turned her over. Haha, okay. All right. Now we just have one symbol to get. Sorry. Oh, there it is. Easy peasy, done and done.
There it is, Wayne Tower. Quite the welcome party. Let's see what we can put together.
Okay, build it, build it, build it.
Time to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Just build a couple of turrets. That's convenient.
Whoa! This is awesome!
Right on target.
What series do you think would make a great Lego game? Oh, Lego Doctor Who would be pretty good. I'd play that. Hell yeah. Oh, and they're chock full of references. Like, you can make so many references in a Doctor Who game. For everybody from, like, from the new series to, like, you know, the
did you see that?
1950s?
That's it. Let's go to the tower while the getting's good.
Isn't that when it came about was like 1950s?
Oh, what have we here? I like your costumes. Is it Halloween? I'm afraid I have no candy.
Oh, Lego Last Airbender would be good for people who like that Last Airbender, of which I'm not one. I never got into it. My lady would love that.
Put us down or you'll regret it!
Wait, are you friends of the Batman?
Lich, thank you for the 71 months, by the way.
He also struggled like you do. You must be so sad after his demise.
Demise? Oh, I'm very much alive and kicking, Bane.
What? This cannot be so.
For Gotham!
Oh, yeah! Come on!
Grand Theft Lego.
For more punishment, do you enjoy the humiliation? So be it!
Let's bring this big brute down once and for all.
Okay.
I've been looking forward to this.
I broke you. Ow. Now, brothers and sisters, feel the weight of my fury.
Let me show that bomb's his boss.
I love blowing stuff up. The shadows betray you.
I love you, babe!
Check me out. I'm absolutely
swole. Damn it, I interrupted his line.
You are stronger than I remember. Forgive me, though. I think a little booster.
Lego Dark Souls? Oh, shit.
Janice. I know, you choose. But not the shrimp. It does not agree with me. You do realize your guests are gonna have to sign in, Mr. Bane? Look, I've been very tolerant with you and your friends. Extremely accommodating. There. Not so hard, was it? You too, Mr. Bane. You're responsible for
fucking
it.
all
I
juiced
know how
up.
crazy you folks can get.
It's good to follow procedure in case of an emergency. Now we finish this. Now you're starting to get on my nerves.
Ow.
Get him while he's down.
Oh, I was supposed to grab that. Oh, I saw it. Too late.
Feast on their destruction.
Bring the pain!
Lights out.
Oh, jump. God damn it.
I can flick that bomb.
This ends now. Take this, bat. I'll break you again. Ow.
I've been known to whip a bomb or two.
Explosion.
Come on.
Now's our chance.
That's extremely painful for me. This cannot be. I am Bane.
Extremely
I'm a
painful.
god. I'm a
For
god.
me.
I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Let's
I'm a
finish
god.
this.
Batman!
Thank you, Luker, with the 51 months.
Wow. Was not expecting that.
He's a mega Chad under that mask.
Not bad, old man.
Blimey, I'm gasping for a cup of tea.
Is it Alfred? It is Alfred!
You got incoming. Good luck. So pretty.
Bruce? Dick. Barbara.
But, wait, what? But what?
No time to explain. This is far from over. Batgirl, how long will it take you to shut down that bomb?
Me? Oh, okay. I'd say just about as much time as you can give me.
We'll do our best. Good luck.
Didn't Alfred straight up murder someone with a shotgun in the comics? Did he?
Hey.
Damn.
You okay?
Yeah. Aside from the 12 broken ribs, ruptured spleen, and fractured sternum, it's good to be back with my family.
Yeah, well, I missed you too. So, who exactly were you holding off?
The real leader of the League.
What?
His true successor.
You never did know when to quit.
Talia, I never meant to hurt you.
And yet you destroyed everything I held dear. My home, my father, my favorite yak!
Hey, the yak survived.
I should never have let you lead me from my father's path.
Oh.
Now, I'll
I guess I never read the comics. I just saw the covers. Is this is like Azrael, right? Or whatever his name was?
That's wrong. And raise
I didn't know all along it was Talia.
Of a city
to the ground.
Wait.
The one who took over after he got his back broken?
It's complicated.
Man, for the world's greatest detective, you really suck at relationships.
It was not, okay.
The League's justice will be delivered.
You're not talking about justice. You're talking about revenge.
What's the difference?
Talia, stop this.
In the comics, it was just some other dude? Okay.
League of Shadows, show yourself.
We can work this out.
This is my destiny. Such advanced technology belongs under our control.
She's turned the Wayne Tech against us.
Your technology is impressive. Thank you.
Hello, Zeke and Chet.
Exit the shadows and enter the battle! You had all these toys and never used them. Shame on you.
God damn it!
Nobody messes with me.
Why can't I use my bat thing, my Batman thing? Screw it, I'll just use this.
This is... Talia, don't do this.
What up, Hundy?
You are not your father.
100 months for Hundy! Oh my god, you made it!
Ha! My father? No, I'm not. I'm so much better. I will succeed where he failed.
No! God!
Hang on!
Thanks for the advice!
Here goes nothing.
Go get him, Batgirl!
Huh?
Dad?
Don't suppose you could use the help of a worn-out old cop?
No thanks, Detective. Commissioner! Wait. Is that a foam sprayer?
Police issue Gunk 22. At your service, ma'am. Those gears. I can jam them if I get my shot right.
Yes! That should disrupt the electrical current enough to avoid getting zapped.
Okie dokie, well, we got 100 monther from Hundy. Let's get that on the board before we before the moment passes us by. No, not fucking Firefox. What are you doing? Get out of here. No, 100-month. There we go. Hundy, do you have a game in mind for your 100-month sub? Let's put you on the list either way. There we go, right above there. And we put it as capital HUNDISILM. Hundy Silm. Jagged Alliance 2? I don't believe so, no. Jagged Alliance 2. And, okay, let's put that on there. What system is Jagged Alliance 2 for? Is that PC? Seems like isn't it a fucking CD-ROM game from back in the day? Yeah, PC, right? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay, we got you there. We'll slide you up to HI. There we go. Right there. There you are. Do you have a day of the week that works best for you? Because I'm seriously putting a lot of thought into making a 100-month. So day of the week would be best if you have one. If you have one that you're consistently off that you can watch, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's on GOG. Good. Okay, cool. Okay. There. I'll put GOG there so I can look at it. Should be good on all your days? Okay, cool. Whenever. Perfect. Sounds great. All right, cool, man.
Those cogs aren't gonna foam themselves.
Oh, this. Oh, whoops, that.
It worked. Let's go.
All right. Just be careful. Are there any more gears for me to gunk up? And that's why they call me fastest foam sprayer in the
It's sealed up tight. I'll see if I can find an access panel.
Come on! Can't you just turn it off and on again or something?
This is a little more complicated.
What happened?
You can do this. There has to be a way in.
Okay. And hacked. Oh, it's optimized now? Okay, cool. I will grab it. Thank you, crew, with the 9 months. Ray Del Bono with 102.
I mean, good work, Commissioner.
It was your plan, Babs.
What?
Good day, Zeke.
How long have
Looking
you known?
handsome as always.
Thank you, Canadian Ginger.
Hope you are doing well.
So proud of you.
I am doing well, thank you.
Oh, Dad.
Dad. Oh. Oh, it's on sale. Offer ends in the 9th. Okay, so get it now? Okay.
What have you done? No!
Detonating that bomb.
She's right. We need to get her out of that suit. We can work this out.
This city deserves to be destroyed.
This isn't justice, Talia. This isn't right, Talia.
Gotham's end has come.
It's not too late. You can still fix this.
Is there like a trick to this that I'm missing?
Talia, stop this.
Did you really think you could stop me?
This is our chance.
There we go. Okay.
League of Shadows, show yourself.
I'm not scared of you anymore. No more running.
There we go.
How about I get you another yak?
Oh, God damn it.
My wrath has no recall.
There we go.
The only way to save Gotham is to destroy it. Such advanced technology belongs under our control. This is my destiny.
Launch it at our shield. We've got an opening.
All right, you can get some, Nightwing. Get some. Get some.
Exit the shadows and enter the battle.
Oh, eat a dick! God damn it, Batman! We're the chosen one!
There's no escaping destiny. Pitiful fools. Your technology is impressive. Thank you. I was always out of your league. This is going to hurt a lot.
Now's the time to go all out.
Get her! Get that bitch!
No! I cannot lose!
We don't have a hope while she's in that suit.
Now's our chance!
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Shit. Two grown men trying to take clothes off of a woman. This is a great finale.
My father's work will be finished.
Oh, we're gonna end with a quick time event, dude? That's fun.
You messed with the wrong family, sister.
Oh, pull it, pull it, pull, pull! That looks nothing like the shadow. Yeah, you're right, Don Kamikaze.
You don't think he's...
Not for a second.
Come to gloat?
Talia, we were friends once. More than friends. This doesn't have to end here. You can undo all this, help us rebuild, help to heal Gotham.
Nah. Oh, the old switcheroo.
Guess she wasn't keen.
Commissioner?
Thanks,
Bruce
man, son of
Wayne.
man.
Fancy meeting you here.
He gave us a signal.
You know what, Bruce? I'm seeing a lot of love down there. Maybe this is what Gotham needed. Maybe we won't need superheroes after this. Maybe we just...
Hey, I'm walking here. Oh yeah? What you gonna do about it? I'm gonna pop you on the nose. Get it!
Let's get to work.
I'm gonna bop you on the nose.
Hey, everyone! Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh my fucking god, they licensed this one too? Fuck yeah, let's go! Awesome, dude.
There is so much a man can
Tell you so much. Okay, I'm gonna pee my pants. You enjoyed the song in the credits. I'll be right back.
My power, my pleasure, my pain, baby. To me, you're like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Won't you tell me, is that healthy, baby? But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become a lot and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on man can tell me so much. He can say you remain my power, my pleasure, my pain. To me, you're like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Now won't you tell me, is that healthy, baby? But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I can feel you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. Yes, I can pay you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. And now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the grave.
Oh, Warner Brothers own Seal's US label. Oh, really? Okay, that's probably why they were allowed to license the song. Yeah. Song isn't even about Batman? No. I would imagine not. I would imagine, like, when Prince wrote songs, like wrote the Batman soundtrack, like, how many of those were actually for Batman? Or how many were just in his library? I wonder. Fast scroll. And I think if I'm not mistaken, that premieres in 13 minutes. So our first showcase of the day will be in 13 minutes. The Bangles hit song Manic Monday was written by Prince. That happens so often and you don't even know it. Like, the only version of Nothing Compares to You that I know was the Sinead O'Connor version. Prince wrote that one too. Prince wrote Nothing Compares to You, the one that Sinead O'Connor made famous. I had no idea for years. Same with like All Along the Watchtower. That was Bob Dylan. And Jimi Hendrix made it more famous, I guess. Yeah, Nothing Compares to You is a Prince song. No, there's a lot of famous songs like the Ramones, when they sing I Don't Want to Grow Up. That was written by Tom Waits. Right? I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, I love finding out shit like that, like famous songs that were actually written by other people. Apparently Prince hated that he gave that song away. Oh, that's too bad. I Always Love You, Dolly Parton. Yep. Dolly Parton wrote that song and Whitney Houston made it super famous. Even more famous than the Dolly Parton version. I'm just fast forwarding past this because I want to see if there's, I don't know. An after credit scene? There might be. Islands in the Stream was written by the Bee Gees? Fuck, I didn't know that. That's cool. Oh, Man Who Sold the World, you didn't know that was David Bowie's song? I think they even say that. Don't they say that during the, like, in the Unplugged edition of Nirvana? They're like, this is an old David Bowie song. Oh, Hurt by Nine Inch Nails. Yeah, I knew that one before it happened because I, you know, was a angsty goth kid in high school. So I knew, like, Johnny Cash covered Nine Inch Nails. Wow. Okay, here we go. Let's see what happens, if anything. Kevin Conroy. Oh. Oh, no loving memory for Kevin Conroy? Okay. I guess, you know, people who are associated with Legos. Mission complete. Armored suit in the new 52. Cool. He's watching a showcase at the moment? Well, I only know of 2 that are on today. Maybe he caught a different one. Congratulations, Cape Crusaders! The main story is now complete. Or is it?
Master Bruce, just a reminder that there are still a few loose ends out in the city. If you have time, it may be wise to tie them up.
It depends, Gradior.
I can't neglect the streets for too long.
Sometimes I'll go back and grab them all. Depends on how good the game is on its own. No, I definitely give it, like, yeah, this is a fantastic game. I probably give it, yeah, probably an A-, B+, A-. Really fun. Really good job. He's watching the one from yesterday. Yeah, this one premieres in 7 minutes apparently. So let's see what we can do in 7 minutes. Will this hit your top 5 for game of the year, you think? I'm not telling you, Cosmic Blip. If I told you that, you wouldn't tune into the game of the year show.
Guess who has new items?
Guess who has new items? What? Oh, right. Okay.
Hey, you guys have been nailing it. Gotham is so lucky to have you.
Give me the yak
Keep
suit.
up the good work. Yeah, that works for you.
Okay.
Oh, I see the vision here.
League of Shadows suit for Talia is pink?
Good choice.
Yikes.
That's Batman approved. No refunds. Don't have the technology for that.
There we go. I've purchased as many as I can purchase.
What are you, boy? Hang on. Phew, that one's hard in the vocal cords.
He was doing the thing. What are you buying? What are you selling? Okay. How much total playtime for the story? I would say like maybe 15 hours. Something like that. For me personally, I don't know if that's everybody's thing, but like that seems about right. Yeah, shitloads of stuff to collect. This is very much a collectathon. Let me. Okay.
We're here already?
Shut up, Robin.
Incoming crime alert. Looks like a disturbance in Old Gotham South. Confirm reports of someone not following the rules of the road. Over. Ready to put your mind to the test again?
Yes, I am.
Hey! I'm driving here!
Thing has nothing in it. Okay. What are you doing? Give me this. There we go. Boom. Where am I gonna get a handle? Oh, you can place a battery in there and charge it up. Okay.
Come in, anyone on patrol. Head to Old Gotham West.
Oh.
Please.
Right there on the
Two
ground?
Citizens are
Okay.
engaged in a struggle over some valuables. Over.
There you go.
Did you enjoy my little test of wit?
I suppose.
Is today the day you'll fail one of my tests?
Okay.
Hey, I think the rain stopped.
Okay. Oh, no, don't do that. Damn it. I didn't know what order they're in. I have not found the Kevin Conroy billboard yet, no.
Record Nights of Our Passions.
Jim Gordon? I feel safer already.
Don't know why I didn't spot that before. Huh?
Oh, okay.
Come in, anyone on patrol. Head to Old Gotham
Yeah, how the
West.
oh, it's a fucking for the drone.
Guys are fighting?
Okay.
Oh, why? Better check it out. Over.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So flag is the first symbol. There. Flag. No. Oh, there's a thing. Give me this. You go in here. Batman! Fuck out of the way, you idiot.
This is dispatch. Any available cars to Old Gotham South? Bad guys
There.
treating the
Middle
town
one
like
is
an
the
after-party
cat
hotel
paw.
room. Over.
It's starting? Okay. Okay. Oops. Not you. Not you. You. It is starting. I can hear it. Yep. Okay. Let me just finish this one and then we'll go back. There's a 1 gigabyte update? Damn. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, now we can save and quit. Yeah, it's countdown to a countdown. Exactly, yeah. Okay. Bloop. Perfect. Okay. Cool. All right, we got it. We're good. Update Batman. Is this the final countdown? I don't think it's the final countdown, but it's a countdown. Oh, did you crash my PC trying to go full screen? God damn it. What happened? What did you do, YouTubes? There, let's try that. There. You goddamn geniuses. It was a countdown to another countdown. God damn it. God damn it. Why would you do that? Ah, son of a bitch. All right, well, I gotta take my dogs out anyways before we sit here for, what, 4 hours, whatever. So, let me take my dogs out. Enjoy the tunes. Oh, I changed everything, right? Yep, okay, good. No, Scott. No, I will not. Pete, why do you keep doing the game command when you know it's wrong? Are you just calling it out? Just cause? Cause I love you? No, you don't.
Alexa, fart. Did I get anyone?
I turned it down for you, John, for that. Just for that. Man, that hits. 131 for Ja, though. Thank you, Ja. Funny thing is, I don't know what kind of a showcase this is going to be. Like, are they going to show, like, trailers for upcoming games from Black developers? Or are they going to celebrate, like, Black voice and gaming of games that are already out? Like, I'm not even sure. All right. Time for some butterfly. This is for you, Koi.
I can go anywhere. Suck my dick. Friends to know. My
Oh yeah, let me see if I can. Okay, it is on the highest quality it can get. Let's try two playback speed. See how far behind we are. Catch up to the live. We're a few seconds behind. Thank you. Fix it, Zeke. Now people will stop spamming the game command. Watching Black Voices in Gaming, 3 p.m. Eastern. Sony State to play 5 p.m. Eastern. And maybe after that, we will talk about how women pee. I mean, maybe. You made that command though, right, Scott? That was you. You don't understand. Like, you've been married this long, you don't know how women pee? Oh, thank you. Will spotlight games created by Black developers from around the world while continuing Experience Studios' mission to build sustainable pathways for underrepresented creators. Okay, cool. Thank you for that, Joruto-san.
They pee through their vagina, of course, Scott. Jeez. Everyone knows that.
There you go. AO has told you. AO being a woman that I've met in person, and I'm fairly certain is a woman, has told you they pee out their vaginas. Does that help? Yes, the front butt. Good God. The front butt. Ugh. You know what? I got 7 minutes. I'm gonna get myself a snack. I'm gonna get some chips. chips and some cookies. Because me like eat a cookie. I got some of these. Oh, shit, yeah, all dressed. Arguably the best potato chip. And these, which I just discovered, Katie bought these, and I was like, what are these? And I tried them, and they're fucking amazing. Fancy Pants Salted Caramel Crisps. Crispy cookies. Holy shit, these are good. Oh yeah, All Dress is a Canadian thing. And I first discovered them when they were like, I think it was Lay's or some chip company was like, we're gonna import some flavors from around the world or whatever. And the Canadian import was All Dressed. And it's like, it has like sweet barbecue, sour cream and onion, salt and vinegar, like all of those different flavors, like in a chip, and it's so good. If you can get it, man, try it, man. All Dress is so good. By the way, you're 2 minutes behind the stream. You mean like on Twitch? Fucking fine. I'll go to the fucking Twitch stream. Can someone give me a link to the Twitch stream? You guys are fucking terrible. Is the Game Awards showing this? Okay, so it is. All right, cool. There. I didn't know this was part of the official Game Awards, like family or whatever. I don't know how to fast forward. Sure, I'll change my category, whatever. It's on live now, so it's the best I can get without refreshing. We good. All right, I'm gonna have a cookie. It's on Tubu. It's literally on Hebe. It's on Podi with ads. Or Pudi. It's literally on Dippy. You can probably find it on Weibo. Dude, it's on Gumpy. It's a Phoebo original. It's on Poob. You can watch it on Poob.
What is happening, my people, my people? My name is Justin Woodward, co-founder of Black Voice in Gaming, The Mix, and the nonprofit Experience Studios. It is a scorching, sizzling summer, and we're kicking the door, waving the fofo with our annual Black Voice in Gaming Summer Showcase for 2026. Our mission is simple. We help support and celebrate developers through grants, network connections, publishers, investors, platforms, and of course, the community of you guys and the culture. This BVIG, we are proud to showcase trailers, interviews, and gameplay sessions with some dope developers. Before we get started, we want to thank our sponsors, Raw Fury, Aurora Broadcasting, No Rivals, The Mix, and our broadcasting partners, Summer Game Fest. Thank you guys for supporting us. IGN, Twitch, GameSpot, and Steam. Yes, Steam, please wish list or purchase the games you see in the show through the QR code that pops up. We are coming up on our 3rd year with the XP Fund, where we help fund grants through an accelerator program that will get these games made. If you're interested in supporting these games through charity, please follow the QR code on the screen when it pops up. And if you're interested in investment opportunities, please hit us up as well. Without further delay, I'm gonna pass the mic to Lori and Curtis Baxter to get into the first game.
Thanks, Justin. My name is Curtis, and I am joined by my incredible host, a fantastic content creator by the name of...
Hi, my name is Lori. And
Dude needs a less wobbly table.
Here today with you, Curtis, for all of the trailers, all of the announcements.
I know, I think it's going to be jam-packed, so I don't know about you, but I want to get right into it. You down with that?
Yes, let's do it.
All right.
Hey, my name's Graham.
Oh, really?
I'm a Jamaican game developer, and
Thank you,
this
Sagu.
is my cozy island builder, Our Lands.
Oh, we've
It's
seen
a game
this.
focused on creativity.
This game is just
rules to
far too
follow,
chill for me.
Just pure vibes. It's up to you to create whatever kind of island you want to make, whether it's a lush forest campsite or a vast deserted island. Our Lands has dozens of things for you to decorate your islands with, and once you take a break from building, even more things are waiting to be found. Just poke around. There are a ton of delightful surprises for you to experience. Now, once you think you're done, show off your hard work by making postcards and sharing them with your friends, because good things should always be shared. Day or night, rain or shine, come and craft your little slice of paradise right here in Our Lands.
A princess, once beautiful beyond wonders of the flesh, now crawled the earth as her demonic mass pulsated lifelessly.
It has the word bath in the title. I'm out. I'm out! I'm just kidding. This actually looks pretty neat. All right, Scott, I will look for that. Same one, please. Oh, fuck. I forgot to turn off my ads. I'm so sorry. I will turn them off. I apologize. Okay. Ad break is over. Sorry about that. I am turning ads off now. My bad. Did it say that monster's name was it's a Bally skin. I thought it was ball skin. Like, did you make something out of your ball skin? That's awesome. No Nintendo lawsuit. They have ruled, at least in the US, that the patent on like monsters fighting monsters or pets fighting pets and stuff is not copyrighted. So you can make games like this. That idea is okay for everyone to use.
Hi everyone, I'm Thiago Prudente from Mandinga Games. We are indie game developers from Salvador, Bahia, Northeast Brazil, and I'm the lead developer of Black Sailors, Bay of All Saints. I'm here to tell you a bit about the game we are building and why this story matters so much to us. Black Sailor is an adventure RPG with tactical turn-based combat. It's a story during the colonization of Brazil back in the 19th century, about a group of enslaved Africans who refused to accept their fate. So they rebelled, seized control of a slave ship, and became pirates, fighting back against the Portuguese colonial oppression in the Bay of All Saints. It's a decolonial game. That means we are shifting the lenses here. We are so used to seeing history and games told from the perspective of the conqueror or the explorer, but in Black Sailor,
No, I didn't get co-cards ready for the next showcase. No,
of the colonizer.
He'll be here, so you'll get to see it. You don't even have to. I don't have to have him.
One of the things that drive us is how history is taught. Even in Brazil, our education is often very Eurocentric. We were taught at school that our country was formed by Portuguese, indigenous people, and Africans, as if African was just one big homogeneous block, but that was not the case. The African diaspora was formed by several different ethnicities: Yoruba, Bantu, Fon, and many others. Each had their own unique culture, cosmology, and customs. Some were even rivals back then,
let me alert the mutes.
but they were forced into the same struggle.
Thank you for reminding me.
The colonizers actually fought mixing different ethnicities.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't still sub or tip. It's just you won't be hearing any funny noises.
Entirely from an Afro-Brazilian perspective. Our culture is incredibly rich and rooted in African ancestry. But over centuries, we lost the clear lines of what came from each ethnicity. In Black Sailors, we are creating an alternative story, exploring what it would look like if this Afro-Brazilian identity was forged in the fire of a pirate rebellion. We didn't want to just make
like that.
generic
Thank you, Martin.
African rebel characters. That's why we are collaborating with historian, specialist in African diaspora in colonial Bahia. We have researched these specific ethnicities to create characters with real, distinct motivations. So in the crew, you will not just find generic Africans. There is a Daomé warrior, a blacksmith from Oyo, a hunter from Ife. You also find people with very different motivations. Some of them just want to go back to Africa. Others want to build a full-scale rebellion and dominate the bay. And some have lost everything and are driven just by revenge. These clashing motivations create dynamic conflict between them that evolve as you play. When the game begins, they have just taken control of the ship. They don't know each other yet, but they quickly realize
What up, Hukin?
they
Good to
will
see
have to overcome their differences if they want to survive. Your role as the player is to manage this crew and assign them to specific functions on the ship. So, if you want the ship to move faster, you need to put more people on the sails. If you want the ship to shoot back, you need to put more people on the guns. This is how you play your revolution. It's a turn-based strategy experience divided.
Oh, it's
into
turn-based,
two phases.
okay.
First, the planning phase, where you manage your crew, analyze enemy movements, track enemy bullets, and decide your strategy. Then comes the resolution phase, where you watch your decisions play out in real time. As your adventure continues,
I like that better than typical ship combat. Typical ship combat is just, it's a little too slow for me.
And the reaction was...
Whereas turn-based is super fast.
We saw a lot of backlash
I
from
don't know.
people who treated the simple act of portraying enslaved people with agency as some kind of agenda. But the support has been even louder. We realized that there is a massive audience of players who are hungry for stories that step outside the Eurocentric power fantasy. Black Sailors is for everyone who wants to see history through a different lenses, a lens of resistance, humanity, and freedom. Thanks for listening, and I can't wait for you all to sail the Bay of All Saints with us.
Oh, thank you, Geltz. I'm glad you like it.
All right. Well, that was an incredible trailer for Netcode Warriors. I am joined by my co-host, Derek Fields, and right now we also happen to have the CEO and game director of Sun Studios, Segun Oshede. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Glad to be here. How's everybody doing?
Doing well. Doing well. No, we're happy to be checking out this game. So, I mean, right off the bat, these are totally new characters, right? Totally new IP. Can you kind of walk us through the entire development process?
Yeah. So we've been working on Netcode Warriors since 2020. So it's been a hot minute. The kind of earliest days were a lot of ideation kind of phase. Like, what does this IP mean? Like, what is it about? Like, kind of figuring out some of the story and lore aspects and kind of honing in, like, how we were going to reference our inspirations and things like that. Once we were able to kind of communicate with Watanabe-san and Moriyama-san, so those are the guys from Japan who actually worked on the Digimon IP. Kenji is like one of the original kind of creators and designers of the Digimon IP. Once we were able to kind of talk with those guys and get more of a hone in on the art style, I think that kind of like we were off to the races at that point. We also had other very talented designers. Ivan Fiorelli, famously, I think.
Yeah, it's like
some stuff for Fantastic Four comic. I think he was the penciler for Fantastic Four for a couple of years. Mitch Lucas has a pretty famous webtoon that's in development called Project Divider. So a lot of very talented artists kind of help shape the artistic vision of the game. My inspirations for art generally are always going to be based on my background. So I'm Nigerian. So for instance, the main character is Yoruba. I'm Yoruba, so the Yoruba tribe. That was important to me, but also bringing in some of the things from my childhood that really stood out to me artistically and stylistically. So very Shibuya punk and grind fiction inspired.
If you're talking about the interviews, I don't know. They might be pre-recorded. I'm not sure.
Culture, kind of aspects that are kind of baked into some of the art and
that's what I thought you meant. Yeah, okay.
Characters,
yeah.
But then
as far as this goes, I think this is probably pre-recorded.
Like warriors, we call them Code Warriors. It's very Sentai inspired, very Power Rangers inspired. So those are like bringing in a lot of like aspects of things I grew up with, like Mega Man Battle Network and other franchises like that really shaped the vision of like the IP and everything like that. But
yeah, rock on. It's easy to see for me coming from like a similar background in terms of influences and the types of media that I was growing up with. Those influences, like, they breathe all throughout Netcode Warriors. There's something that you nudged on that I would love to hear more about. One of my favorite topics is talking about cultural intersection and how these different inspirations can come together to breathe new life. You're directly interfacing with Japanese developers and artists within this project, and so can you expand a little bit more about what it's like to work, truly as a globalized studio?
Thank you, Vexy.
Yeah, so the whole studio is remote. I've always said, like, I don't really care where you come from. I just care that you got heart and talent, right? That's it. I don't even care too much like how much experience you have, because I think it's very easy to fall into that trap when you're hiring somebody of that whole thing like, oh well, I need experience to get a job. How can I get a job if I don't have experience?
You're
right?
bad.
So
thanks, Vincent.
For me, it's just if I see passionate people, talented people, I tend to reach out to those and try to see if there's like a way we can collaborate in certain aspects, in certain avenues. In regards to the globalization of everything, yeah, like, you know, people from all over the world, from Spain, from Indonesia, animation team, the riggers, animators from Brazil, and you know, so like your team is kind of worldwide, you know, kind of by necessity, you know, like just because we want the best people that we can bring onto the project. In regards to working with the Japanese guys specifically, you know, definitely language barrier was, you know, kind of hard to overcome. You're like translating emails back and forth, trying to make sure that you're not saying anything that they can be perceived as like offensive and incorrect. You know, like you want to make sure you're culturally sensitive to whoever you're speaking to and kind of the background, especially some of these guys who
once again,
are
like,
very well known in the industry.
Do they know who they're advertising to? Like, they want gamers
so
to
yeah, it was very
appreciate this.
important for
Like,
us
give me
to
some
always
B-roll
approach
while the
those
interview's
conversations with
going.
respect
You know,
and
put some,
make sure that
you know, like
the people
like down
who we're
here,
talking
like
with,
in
that
this
they're
area. Put
creatively
some
and artistically
gameplay
being
right
fulfilled
here.
by the work we're asking them
Just
to do.
loop it. I don't care.
Yeah, I'd say that's kind of our general approach to how we do stuff.
So, I mean, in game development, we all know it's not easy, especially when you're running a team, and especially when you have a globalized team, like you do. Can you speak to a little bit of the challenges that kind of come up and kind of how you kind of triumph over them?
Yeah, you know, I'd be lying.
Or yeah,
if I
put
said
the name
I've
of the
got
game
this
on screen. They
marked
mentioned it a
down
few times, but like
100%.
just
I'm still growing.
put in the
every
lower
day.
thirds. Developer
Part
of
it is,
Netcode
trying
or
to
whatever
be as
the name,
flexible as you
Net Battle
can
or
with time zones that can be
whatever
a
the
big
name of the
thing,
game was.
right?
See, I already forgot.
Sometimes I just don't get a lot of sleep.
Netcode Warriors.
I'm
There
like
you go.
talking with people in Spain who are 4 hours ahead, or Japan who are 12, 14 hours ahead, or whatever. Right. So like sometimes it's me being up at 3 a.m. but needing to be up at 8 a.m. to do something, right? So that the reality is like sometimes, it's a grind. It's really hard. It's difficult. It's mentally taxing. I'm sure my girlfriend would love to see me more. But at times, life demands that to achieve greatness, you must do great things, right? So yeah, I hold myself to a very high standard in regards to how I do work and how I operate and everything like that. And I can't expect everybody to put in 100% if I'm not putting in 100%, right? 110%, whatever I have to give, I give, because these projects that we're working on as a studio, they're very important to me. I'm very passionate about them.
I know this isn't the first Black Voices in Gaming showcase,
poised to be,
but I'm not sure if
one
they've
of the
done
next premier fighting game developers,
maybe?
at least based out of the West, right? If we do things correctly, and if we make sure that we're precise and very calculated with how we do things, and that we put our heart into it, so that's kind of my approach to that.
As a fighting game, this means that we're entering into the fighting game community and entering into a new
4 to 5 years now. Okay, thank you, Ralph.
What iframes and move cancellations and like hitbox coordination.
Yeah.
I am arbitrarily gesturing at this as just a fighting game couch player. Dead or Alive was my game of choice, and I'm no longer good at any of them. But they bring such a nuance, and so what sort of nuance, emergent outcomes do you hope comes from Netcode Warriors and in terms of how people play and engage with this game?
Yeah. So Netcode Warriors, right? Obviously, there's the stylistic kind of things that we're referencing. But in regards to
the
gameplay
game.
itself,
Like,
I think that's actually
it's
where
part
it shines,
fighting
where
game,
it's special,
part
its
FMV
specialness comes
interview
from, because,
game.
We're making
It's a
an
new
arena
genre
fighter,
we're trying to invent.
which there's a lot of them out there. Usually based on licensed IP. Like your famous anime or whatever. But those games are usually designed for a more casual experience. They're not really designed to be competitively deep. It's more about getting to experience your favorite characters and play them in a way that's easy for you to do, and easy for you to switch from character to character and just do really cool stuff and kind of put it down and like add a good time or whatever. And that's not really the design goal here. The design goal here is for you to put hundreds, thousands of hours into, like, the game is like constantly revealing itself to you. And in that kind of design space, arena fighters haven't really had competitive spotlight before. I mean, there's one or two here or there, but they all kind of make compromises to kind of have that conversation with the fighting game community, I would say. And we're kind of looking at things in a sort of a different direction. Obviously, we're trying to incorporate some things like motion inputs are pretty big for us, quarter circles and things like that should just exist more usually in traditional fighting games that tend to not exist in arena fighters. We're putting those in, charge motions, and other things like that. But the idea of what an arena fighter is or what it can be is a real expression of freedom of movement in a three-dimensional space that 2D fighters just generally aren't really like can't do in the same way, I'd say. And so even the 3D fighters that you're familiar with, like Dead or Alive or Tekken or Virtual Fighter, because jumping usually and crouching share an input, jumping, crouching, then stepping to the side share an input that limits how quickly you can move in and out of the foreground. And it's mostly about moving forward and backwards quickly with like intervals of that. That's why like there's like high level techniques about stepping into out of the foreground. Neko Warrior kind of approaches it more like there's a real freedom of movement, and the skill and depth is how the decisions you're making based on that movement. You can move wherever you want, but are you moving in the right place at the right time? You can move quickly, but are you quickly adjusting to what your opponent is doing and things like that? So that's kind of the design space that we're in regards to what Netcode Warriors is and what it can be.
I love that. We spoke a little bit earlier just about this being, again, a new IP that no one's seen before. Let's say we're fast forward, game is out, it's doing amazing, as I'm sure it will. Fandoms love to interact with their favorite characters. Do the Sun Studios have any kind of aspirations to take those characters and develop them for other forms of media? And like, what does that success look like for you?
Yeah, this is something I've thought about loosely, I haven't put too much.
Well, this is a pitfall a lot of like these shows run into is like doing an extensive interview on a game we don't know anything about yet.
With the art style
and it's like, let's talk about the game that no one has seen or played yet. And it's just like not a super engaging idea.
Various opportunities because the designs are so wild and so like dynamic, and there's obviously licensing opportunities, like clothing, merchandise could be cool. The human characters have these very techwear kind of inspired outfits, so something that kind of leads into that I think could be interesting as well.
This is like the Coke Media thing like where I was like, I will put up B-roll for you guys. I feel like doing that
one could pursue, or one that we thought about to some degree, but haven't put too much thought into because we're just really focused on making a good game with a good story first. Something I want to make sure is that I don't want people to feel like, oh, like I didn't get this, like I have to go do homework elsewhere to understand like the game I just played, like or the story mode I just played, or to understand the characters that I was interacting with. If that makes sense. Like we want like a full story experience, right? Like in Netcode Warriors. So
really quick before I let you get up in, Derek, I want to know. All right, are you keeping the story under wraps, or can you speak a little bit to the story a little bit right here? Because I'm a story guy.
yeah, I can talk about the story a little bit, but essentially, these people, right, humans from all around the world. So that's another thing, is that the cast is culturally diverse intentionally, right? They're from literally every character's from somewhere else on Earth.
Show the characters. Show them what you're talking about. Them. Show little like I don't care. Artist renderings, fucking ideas, like idea sketches, something.
American, like they're all from different walks.
Put them right here or right there.
They all one day
show me the characters. If you're gonna talk about them,
into this alternate world called the network, right? And the network is essentially this living, sort of breathing world. Like when sometimes in lore and fantasy, you talk about like Gaia, Earth, as like a living, breathing thing. In this alternate dimension, that world is like alive, basically. And it's overseen by an entity called the Sovereign. And essentially, the laws of physics are kind of inverted in this alternate dimension to where
there's gameplay on Dan's stream. What is he watching? Is he not watching the same stream that I'm watching?
The humans
are you just fucking with me?
Realize that like, oh, if we could funnel this energy to Earth, then we would have potentially unlimited energy, and shenanigans ensue. That's basically the gist, the kind of surface level gist of the story.
Love it.
Love a good story.
Oh, Dan's watching something else.
I'm glad that you expand on that a little bit. It relates in a lot of what I was thinking about. There was a nugget that you mentioned about the story, about a lot to do with the game's identity and the expectation of players committing an amount of time to it so that they don't feel like that they have to do homework outside of the game to drive a connection with it. Games now are emerging in a space where let me rephrase and say, all media is emerging into a space where they are competing with each other. So whether you're a game or a cartoon or a movie, the attention space is like a continuously crowded economy. And so, you know, looking to keep your players in this environment in hopes that they will dedicate that time and expand upon the story. It sounds like a huge undertaking, one that you know, it commands, you know, standing out with some of these other arena fighters that you were pointing to. What do you think about that? Emerging into a saturated space, emerging into a space where, you know, the goal of keeping players attuned to the game is going to be really important. Are there other elements that are going along with the story to keep people coming back for more?
No,
I think
just checking my
you know,
emails.
the big thing, like the competitive kind of drive, the game needs to be deep, right? From a competitive standpoint, to have a sustainable player base, it's just a player base that sustains over time. I think another thing also is, like, at this point with most fighting games, like, you need to show your player base that you're gonna put more time into it outside of just the initial release. So you're gonna expect like some kind of downloadable content, whether it's, you know, more characters and things like that down the line, which are all things, conversations we're having and plans we're making. Obviously can't speak to anything definitively like that at this time, but all conversations we're having about how to make sure that Netcode Warriors is it's not just a game, it's an intellectual property, right? That can extend past just the game itself, right? You know, like whether, you know, we get to make like a Netcode Warriors 2 or 3 or whatever, right? Like we've already had conversations about some of the story elements that would play into Netcode Warriors 2 if we got to make that. And we have some very interesting kind of, you know, fighting games are very hard to market. You need to show players that there's something, either you usually need IP or something unique or something they're familiar with, something to grab them or bring them in. So one thing is obviously like character designers who've worked at Marvel and worked in, you know, Bandai and Digimon, like that was like one pull. Another pull that I can't go into too much detail about, but I can basically explain, is that we got some pretty prominent content creators in the fighting game community to agree to give to let us use their likenesses actually as characters in the game, as playable characters in the game. So that's something I'm super excited about, because I think it really creates this like fandom kind of relationship between the game and those content creators and their communities, right? That I think will really, you know, accent kind of the IP in an interesting way.
Cool. To remind folks watching, you are both the CEO of Sun Studios and also the game director. So you're actually covering multiple projects at a time.
Yeah.
Talk to us about like what does your typical day look like when we're talking about literally being part of crafting the business, which is the game, games in your case, but then also having to operate also on the kind of business side of things.
Yeah. So, you know, we're currently so fully self-funded. So I do have a day job that I have, you know, that I do as well, that, you know, allows us to, you know, and myself and my other co-owners, we all have day jobs that we use that allows to fund the studio. So a decent amount of my day obviously is going to that, and most of my Sun Studios related work is outside of that work day, generally speaking. I mentioned earlier I don't get a lot of sleep. I wasn't hyperbolizing. That's just like generally how things are right now. I'm the game director on both this and our other fighting game project, Saturday and Battle Manga. So I'm the game director on both of those projects at the same time, and so that does demand a lot of my attention, because a lot of people, you know, need information about what to do, when to do it, and kind of, you know, making sure we hit our deadlines, our marketing kind of goals, and everything like that. So those are kind of different kind of facets that play into how my schedule lines up. But I don't have a specific, like, here's what I do at 8 a.m. and here's what I do at, you know, because sometimes like
it's an emote only.
Things are the way they are, you know.
I just realized it's an emote only.
If you're a game director, we know that, you know, some of those regimented moments kind of feel like locking ourselves into a box.
Oh yeah, there they go.
Jesse, it's been a pleasure to learn more about Netcode Warriors and understand what you and Sun Studios are doing for not only this, but the other projects that have been alluded to during this conversation. With the limited time that we've had, I've already
YouTube
learned
has
so
chat
much,
on. It's a mistake.
Is there
I
anything
bet
that we maybe didn't get a chance to cover that you would like players to know about before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think you know, for us specifically, marketing has been a thing that we would like to do more of, right?
In the rare times that I watch streams on YouTube, I never have chat on, and I never look at YouTube comments. Ever. Even like sometimes there's positive ones that Scott points out to me. I'm like, oh, that's great. I'll respond to that. And then I'll see one under go like
that.
Zeke is great,
you know, kind
or
of
the game he's
announce some
playing
of
is
the voice
whatever,
actors
and
that we
then
kind
like
of
right
had
below it'd be like,
conversations with, and
this guy's a
the
fucking
cast for some of the
retard, like I
roles
hate him.
as well. So yeah, the game's kind of ramping up, and the development's kind of ramping up in a very interesting way. I obviously cannot give a definitive release date for the game at this time, but the plan is to release it next year at some point. That I can say that now.
Yeah.
Next year, that's the plan.
Rock on.
Yeah.
Well, this has been terrific just chatting with you, getting to know a little bit more about you, about Sun Studios, and about Netcode Warriors.
I appreciate this.
Dan's watching something else, Matt. He's not watching the showcase.
If you like what we're doing, then scan the QR code and consider
He's watching a
supporting the
previously
XP
recorded
Fund, which
showcase.
helps provide grants to underrepresented indie developers to help move their projects across the next stage of development. Now, let's get back to some more trailers.
I didn't even know there was another showcase that was on today. This is the only two I was hip to or aware of. Oh, yesterday's showcase. Yeah, that makes sense.
Pay attention, adversary.
I can't let it end here. This time will be different.
Thank you, Khalith, for doing those, for posting those links. I appreciate you. Oh, this is another strange scaffold game? Okay. These guys bounce from like banger games to just fucking weird fucking shit.
It's time for.
Yeah, I added it, Prince. I updated my game. Saturday Battle Manga.
Plum Road Tea Dream is gonna be a look into the life of S, which is my alter ego. So it's like a semi-autobiographical game. And S makes these virtual spaces for themselves that they call sanctuaries, out of a wish or a need for a world that is more safe, or for a world that accommodates better for grief and sadness, or for a world where they can imagine versions of themselves that like somehow find a hard time existing in real life. My name is Samuel Baido. I'm 33 years old. I'm based in Antwerp, Belgium. I work as a theater maker, performer, and mentor. And in the last 3-4 years, I've also been working as a game designer. I think it's a game that can be enjoyed by experienced players, but also by people that have no previous experience with video gaming. Next to walking being the main action, some of the things you will come across are like interactable words like read or sit or listen. Those are like some.
I hate all three of those things.
You can do in the game. So
you lost me. You lost me on those ones.
I think it's really about the experience, about
read,
getting
sit,
to know
listen.
the story of S, and spending time in these virtual sanctuaries. There are sanctuaries created for rest.
State of play is like an hour and a half.
But there is also a sanctuary that kind of encapsulates a painful, even traumatic memory, I would say. There is a sanctuary that questions how we can grieve for people that we don't know but feel close to or feel connected to.
You don't listen? How do you play dating sims?
So this is like
poorly. Fatal, you know that. You've seen
game.
it. I play them very badly.
A circle of chairs with names on them. But I'll read out the little plaque with information. Sit with them. I hope to turn this into a game one day. A game where you walk and encounter names on chairs. A list of names of people of color in Belgium who were killed by the police. I wonder what it would be like to sit with them around a campfire. There is the home world that connects all of the sanctuaries, and in the home world, different iterations of S live. I call them NPCs, non-playable characters. And you can chat with them, and a big part of the game is actually to kind of help them get unstuck or to help them heal in some kind of way. I think the game is important to me for many different reasons. The creation of the game was really triggered by this traumatic event that's out of my youth that surfaced during the lockdown. A very painful rupture that I had with my father because of my sexuality. And already very early on, because of playtesting the game or kind of having these open door moments where people could come and test the game, I noticed that it really resonated with a lot of people, and that the game opened for them maybe some ways of like reflecting or philosophizing on the topics that it offers. I would get messages that would be like, wow, you inspired me to start writing again, like I'm journaling again. Somehow sharing this very personal story made a lot of people feel really seen. I also think Plum Road Tea Dream is important to me because it's like this hugely collaborative work. There are often comments on this work of like, whoa, I never thought about making games by 3D scanning clay sculptures that you make in real life. Or we also made this theater piece out of Plum Road Tea Dream, and there people are like, okay, you're using a video game as a medium for a live performance. I've never seen this. So I also think we pushed some boundaries in some ways and kind of bridged the game sector and the arts a little bit more. And we're just hoping that a lot of people find their way to it, play it, and enjoy it, and that it triggers something for them, that they get something out of it.
Oh, I was just gonna get my bag of chips. I'll put it away for now.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined by my lovely co-host Lori.
Hello.
And also here we have combat designer and also my former colleague, Stephen O. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
I think I'm gonna get my chips again.
Yeah, weird time, but you know.
Sure. But it's good to see you again, you know?
Yeah, it's been a while. So let's just jump right in and get started. Can you talk to us a little bit about kind of your path to becoming a combat designer?
Yeah, so my path as coming to a combat designer, it's like I had very humble beginnings. I started off in Albany, New York. That's where I grew up. And my brother is a lot older than me, and he would introduce me to a bunch of comic books and action movies like the Five Deadly Venoms, Kid with the Golden Arms, and one of my favorites, Bruce Leroy and the Last Dragon. And I just wanted to become these kind of characters. So I would start like taking gymnastics and doing kung fu and things like that. It's just to be the character. And when I translated that energy into like making games, I like realized that not just being a game designer, I could also be a person that creates these sort of action figures or adversaries or even the heroes to allow people to feel like that person I was trying to capture and become myself, So went to school for it. I went to school at Rochester Institute of Technology. I didn't know anything about programming really before that. I took like one class in high school, and RIT was just starting to have a games program. And I wanted to make sure that I can get into the program. I started talking to, I originally went there for IT, knowing that they're going to have this game program. And I lined all my classes to be like a good game designer and have them transfer over because I didn't have a whole lot of money to like stay there extra years. And then along the way, I met a lot of people that had been working in games and had an internship where they realized there's a specific role for a combat designer, a person who makes the enemies or a person who works on the hero and their interactions. So that was like my first foray into getting into realizing the role of a combat designer.
You said that you took like martial arts classes to that. So what was what was the process of taking that experience from that and then applying it to combat design?
Yeah, so I grew up in moving my body and understanding punches and kicks, right? Being able to throw them yourself. And then you sort of get into the space where you're trying to read your opponent. They're going to start doing punches and kicks. And as I gotten older, I was like, okay, well, I can't just go out fighting everybody. And somehow you learn this.
Did we see the game they're talking about?
The person that you're sparring with.
Are they talking about a game
that I really just couldn't get enough of? Because it's like that movie quote from The Matrix: "You don't know somebody until you fight them," or you can really learn them as you fight them. You start to.
They're just talking about the guy.
You make moves that you're trying to train them to do certain things, right? And that's great in real life, but you can't do that all the time. So I started playing fighting games, and back in the day, PlayStation came with a demo of Tekken, and it had the same movements that I had learned.
What city is this in the background? Anyone know?
I started doing amateur competitive Tekken matches.
The building looks familiar, but I can't place it.
And in doing that, I learned frame data and different things too. So it's a little bit of learning how my body moved, understanding the mechanics of making a good punch, then being able to read that mechanic in the actual games, how the characters were throwing punches and the frame data and the speed that it happens, that allowed me to take all that knowledge and translate it into, these are how we're going to make these characters readable. This is how we're going to make this style feel good. And then there's this meta style to it as well of okay, well,
maybe he's the combat designer in that previous game they were talking about forever.
Zoner. This is for the people that like grappling. And you just kind of have your expression. And then as you play your friends, you kind of know their behavior and you're like, okay, he knows that I'm going to do this and I know that he's going to do this. So that's how I counter it. So a little bit of that.
No, I know that's not the Sears Tower. I know it's not the Sears Tower anymore. It's something else tower.
I'm interested to know, what is your approach? Let's just say it's a clean slate. This character's never been done before. What is your approach?
Google Lens says NYC.
With this initial combat design for characters.
Yeah, you really want to come up with what's the core fantasy of this character? What is his background?
Yeah, Willis Tower.
Background. Why are they trying?
Yeah, because Willis Tower has Sears/Willis Tower has
somebody who might grow up in an adversarial environment. They might feel more aggressive or you have to beat people.
Yeah, that's like Freedom Tower, right?
The world is so chaotic around me that I have to be more aggressive to get stability. So the first thing I just try to do is what is the character's fantasy, and then build that kind of backstory that fits with them. And then I look at gameplay moments that are going to support that. Like I just mentioned, if the person has to be hyper aggressive, and I'm like, okay, maybe their stance is always going to be slightly forward, and they're going to be a more aggressive pose, and they're going to have more dominating moves that either armored or armored meaning they absorb a hit while they're giving a hit. or if I'm going to make somebody who
You guys want to look at
a little bit
JP's
more
Sony
naive
State
and
of
more
playlist? It's
playful,
kind of
maybe
wild.
they're going to be more standoffish.
Like he's gonna gift out subs if certain shit happens during the Sony State of Play.
Battle, it's like a game, or like
Pretty
it's
funny.
silly to them. It's like fun. They're going to be more like fluid in sort of their movements and playful in their actions. So you can have like two different fantasies that have these many different play styles that can even go with it. So
Yeah. And another thing too is that you spoke about dialogue. How does combat design relate to other elements of the game, such as narrative?
I often think that like in a fight, you're going to have this natural back and forth of like taking turns. Basically, you're saying things and they're responding to it, right? So there's already this like action and response that comes from just the moveset alone. But you can tell a dialogue through, or a story really, through the environment. How did it change over time?
No, if I would have thought about it, I would have made my own thing too.
Actual character,
but they would have been like
things are
fucking super rare, so I wouldn't have to give out any.
This person's getting a little bit more desperate during the fight.
Like Sony announces they're buying Xbox.
Like a reversal or
100
double
subs.
down. Basically, like you think they're winning, and then they do something, and now you're losing. You know, you're on the back foot. So that's just the choreography of the fight, how it can turn into dialogue. But there's also like maybe they learned a new ability, maybe something
the state of okay
from a core memory. How does that fit into the story? How does this new
yes, we'll be on a Discord call together
thematically to where the
we'll be streaming from our own
are,
channels, but we can mute each other and
stand
yada yada
in
yada.
the way of that goal. It's not always good versus evil. It might be my goals versus your goals. You want to, make the world feel all the pain that you felt, or you want to stop the world from feeling pain ever again, and that just puts us at conflict.
Yeah, thank you, Yamakana.
Favorite question. I have another question for you. Are there any types of styles of combat you've really yet to see in a game? And how would you kind of approach that? First of all, what are they? And then also, like, how would you kind of approach that and want to like bring that into the game?
Oh, well, I feel like I've seen a lot of different martial arts, a lot of different styles in games, and I kind of specialize more so in melee combat. There's a lot of different ways to approach combat with like magical abilities or gunplay and different things. So I don't know if I can really speak to a style I haven't seen at all, because like even like capoeira, we're starting to see a bigger resurgence in that, but we haven't seen a whole lot of like African martial arts. I don't think there's like as popular or is as documented in the world of like these different styles of African martial arts. And if I could speak to how to do it, I don't think I would give that away right away. I think that would be something. I think that would be like, hey, I'm gonna do this game that has some African styles. But one might go with this approach where we're thought of life had started in Africa. What if the original African martial art is what it brings in all these other different styles? Like basically the style that whether it be Muay Thai, Taekwondo, or Taido, or something like that, evolved from that style, that original martial arts style, and that expressive style. So, how could you make this a like interesting origin style that like encompasses the different things? So it's like, oh, you thought you knew this, but like I invented it, and I actually didn't share with you all the pieces. You just have like a fragment of everything I know.
Yeah. Just like you didn't share all the ideas that you have right now with us. I get it. All right.
That's a freebie. Like you can try to do that. Go ahead and try. The other idea.
Yeah.
Talk after the call.
I got you.
So I kind of wanted to go back to when you were talking about your like taking martial arts and whatnot. What was your favorite like martial arts, I guess, inspired piece of media, like as in like a film or a video game that like really inspired you as a combat designer?
Oh yeah, there's several. I mean, even to this day, like I love John Wick movies. I love all these other new action films that are coming out. The earliest ones for me would have to be like Kid with the Golden Arms or Five Deadly Venoms. Five Deadly Venoms is sort of like your Avengers before they were Avengers, right? Like you have these 5 different styles that had these like tropes and things with them, but you start to get the super abilities, the centipede really fast, the snake agile, the toad invulnerable, right? And how do they play together? So that was influential about like, how do you come up with different techniques that speak to the theme of the character you're making, and then how can they be opposed to each other even if they've like learned from the same school. But the other one that was super influential to me, and I feel like it spawned like Dragon Ball Z in a way, is got to be The Last Dragon, right? Like it's a cult classic. Maybe it's not the absolute best movie on the planet, right? But there's so many things about the character progression. Like you're already a master, but it's inside, or you know, you need to break through these own limitations that you have. And the glow is totally going Super Saiyan, and that's like a designer signature that I put in a lot of characters that I worked on. If you know, you know, like a lot of the things that I worked on, they eventually get the glow or go Super Saiyan, right? So those are a couple. I mean, there's so many more. The raid for me, on Bach. I train Muay Thai to this day because of on Bach and things like that. So yeah.
Oh, the raid is intense. It's anxiety. It's sad.
Yeah.
So good. Speaking of just the titles you worked on, you've worked extensively in a lot of different games. Would you mind telling an audience a little bit more about some of those games that you've had the luxury of working on?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started making games I've been making games for over 10 years now, a bunch of little indie games, Mech Knight Chronicles, to working on Project Spark, to Fat Princess Adventures. But I think my big break was actually working on God of War 2018. I joined the team at a part of the projects where I had a lot of influence over the encounters, and they really liked what I did, so they brought me back to be working on the grunts, or like more basic units. So first I worked on how, with this new camera, how we're going to have these fights be readable and digestible and feel good. And then I worked on how do we make these creatures fit into this world a little better, and mini bosses and bosses. So I worked on Ragnarok and then the DLC Valhalla, where I combined both my encounters knowledge and my character creature making knowledge. And then I wanted to take all the things that I learned by hanging out with Kratos and,
There you go.
and some of the fantastic people at Sony Santa Monica.
There
to
you go.
Work on Black Panther, and that's where we got to hang out a little bit. And I learned so much on that team, but sadly, you know, we can't really talk about it or show it or do anything about that. So now I'm just helping other studios with their projects, some big projects that are
Yeah, I was making new cards.
So I won't be.
And yeah, no, Prince Ali, I'm gonna refund your points. No channel point redemptions during the showcases.
Do you have any favorite combat moments among the games you've contributed
Thanks, Easy
to?
Cow. Thanks for the
yeah,
46
so
months.
many. Let me try to pick one. This is a huge moment for me on God of War 2018. I'm responsible for a lot of deaths in the basically Draugr pit. So that's where the bridge breaks and Atreus falls down, and then Kratos jumps in to jump down. And there are 3 heavy Draugrs that spawn in that fight, and that massacre a lot of people. So in playtest data, we see a heavy drop off of like people struggling with that part. But once you get past that, you're prepared for the rest of the game. Like once you're able to overcome that challenge, you have all the tools that you need to beat the game. So even though it is a frustrating moment for a lot of people, I think it did help a lot of people get into learn to play the actual game instead of relying on like first tier tactics, like early tactics. The other moment on 2018 that I really enjoy is actually right in front of the stonemason fight. There's 3 different superpowered Draugrs that come out, and you think that this is kind of the fight. These 3 units on their own can make an interesting encounter. But actually, we bring back an old trope from the previous God of War games where we spawn a large creature. It used to be a Cyclops. For us, it was a ogre. And then we spawn another ogre. So right when you think like you fought this one challenging fight to like now there's an ogre, and then there's like 2 ogres. How am I ever going to do this? But it's set up in such a way that the pacing of the encounter empowers you to get over it. So you're at first you should feel the threat of it, but as you overcome that fight, you're like, oh yeah, I am awesome. I am the God of War. I totally like can handle all these things. So those 2 moments, like frustrating moment that turns into like now you have the skills to beat the game, and then I was scared, but it's actually a totally doable fight.
How do you balance that? because as you know, we've worked on projects together, and sometimes fine-tuning and balancing encounters and combat can prove to be a challenge in and of itself. So kind of what's your approach to just making sure things just feel good?
Yeah. So my approach to like making things feel good is first just like I always tune or start fighting an encounter with the most basic things. Like I always just use basic attacks, and if I'm making a creature or a boss or an encounter, I always should be able to defeat it with just pressing the simple attack button, blocking and dodging, and take 0 damage. That lets me know that the animations are readable, the pacing is correct. Maybe there's if I do get hit, then like, okay, I need to like time out, or I need to put a piece of health or something that you can like recharge yourself into the fight. And then the other parts is just like thinking about the fairness and the fatigue that you might have after seeing X amount of units, X amount of heavy fights, X amount of times where you needed to parry or in one particular encounter, and how much time that encounter is going to be. So if you're fighting a boss, maybe that's 4 minutes, and I'm like, all right, well, I need to balance. I have to play this with my very basic defending, punching, and not get hit for 4 minutes straight. That could be really taxing for somebody. So how do I make the character interesting enough in those 4 minutes that somebody's not overstimulated or fatigued by doing all the actions that they have to do? So it's super high level. I'd love to go into more detail about it, but like that's kind of where I start.
Oh, I appreciate that. No, good.
Yeah. I think something that I'm really curious about too, like when you're doing the balancing, like what is your, I guess, the priority you think about in terms of combat? Because I always think about like when I'm playing a game, do you think more
should I put like
about,
words
like,
on stream or something so we can have something to do while we're doing it? Because like
the defensive or like magical parts, or like
I'm not saying
I don't
this
know if
isn't
that makes
important,
sense, but,
and
like,
I'm not
what
saying
do you
like
try and prioritize, I guess, when you are starting, like
this
when you're
information
planning that
and
out.
the showcase is not like
it's
informative.
You know, we were saying dialogue,
but it's also
before, but
like
it's really about the dance.
It's marketing
like,
to a lot of
back
people
to
with
those movies that I was
ADHD.
talking about, they're not really fighting.
And
they're
I'm a
kind of,
second
like,
screen
doing
person.
this
Like I
dance
listen
move,
better
you know,
when I have
they're your
something to
dance
do,
partner. So
as
how do you
well
make
as
this
listen.
person interesting? It's not just about defense. If the player's just defending, then that doesn't feel really good. I'm just kind of waiting for my turn, and then I parry, and then I just beat them up or something, right? So what other action verbs can we get? I need to dodge out of the way. Sometimes I need to parry. Is this my opportunity to take my turn back? Can I do this risky thing sometimes? If I do the risky thing sometimes and I win, great. But sometimes I do the risky thing and I get punished. And I was like, I shouldn't have been able to do that. And that needs to be clear. So my priorities start off with, how do we make this dance interesting? Both the player and the combatant have verbs where they can go back and forth with each other. How do I make it readable is the second part. Now that we have those verbs, you need to defend at this time. I need to signal to you that this is the move that you need to get out of the way of. And then this is the move that you need to block, or this is the move that you need to interrupt, right? And then the third part is like, well, how much damage or like how many tries do you get at those attempts? If the player is getting hit once and the game is over, that can be really stressful. But maybe some attacks are more punishing than others. So now that's that signature kind of, and sometimes we call it like the signature kill move, where it's like, I need to watch out for that because it's just going to level me, you know? So, and then you just want to make that like a part of that core kit, that was the one interesting thing that I had to remember. And maybe I have a signature move too that I want to land. I need to be able to cleave him, but which way is he going to dodge? Is he going to left or right? And I feel really good.
Thank you, Zabzilla.
Right correction, the right side.
Steven, it is always a pleasure to kind of hear you dive into the nitty gritty of combat design. I've heard it several times, and every single time I feel like I leave learning something new. So thank you so much for joining us. Where can people find you on the internet?
Yeah, you can find me on my LinkedIn, Stephen O with GBA, and yeah, I'm happy to help you craft battles that everybody can win. And it's always great meeting you guys. Thanks for having me.
I'm back again to remind you of the XP Fund, because your contributions can help get the next great indie game off the ground. Consider supporting by scanning the QR code.
Granny used to tell me all manner of stories about rolling calf and how I'm used to start the countryside. About River Mama and the golden table she had take time guard out by Flatbridge. About the 3-foot horse and him not afraid of moonlight. About old hig who a gallivant all night without skin. About crocodile man and how you know for answer him if him knock 3 times.
This could benefit from some
Even tell
subtitles.
me about the La Diablesse with her 1 cow hoof and wide brim hats. How about how Sly Mongoose teeth out one of the man righteous chicken then? Hey, those were good times, you know? Good times.
No, honestly, I'm getting like every third or fourth word.
I've been waiting to take a deep dive into the abyss, but I missed my chance to advance and enhance considerably makeshift.
No, her accent is delightful. I just wish I knew what she was saying.
A menace, intending tennis, fencing, hence the location. Given that I've been living different morals, plural grievances, a legion, relieving numerals to the oracle. Sometimes it sounds horrible. Formulaic, my behavior to the Sailor Moon consumed dendrites. Not ever living aneurysm combusted. Another term turns families into nothing. For greater good, I can understood. I gotta remain afloat.
Yeah, no subtitles on this. Like, at least not a no closed captions button.
A brief relief condition. Couldn't occupy the sky without permission. As long as the spell cast, my nature ain't your value. Have you driven, live in nexus? Authority to the normally, formerly known, shown everything except for the weapons kept swept under anything. You get it?
Well, you say like patois, like captions are tough. I get that, but also I read one of the fucking rare books that I read was train spotting, and they printed it
My name's
phonetically.
Xavier B. Johnson, and this is Diesel Nuts.
And it still helped, but it was still like, you know, I could at least look up words.
Hi, I'm Indigo Doyle, creative director at Pushing Vertices, located in Toronto,
Again.
Canada, where we're making Roller
Anybody
Girl,
who's
a slice of
anybody
life
who's
adventure
fucking
about
seen
Naomi,
Boogie Nights, I'm
a
like,
16-year-old girl
did
in
no
the
one like
2000s, vibing with her
like,
rollerblades
hey,
and her
listen,
MP3 player.
Roller
This
Girl
game
has
is
a
love letter
connotation
to
to
my
a certain
childhood,
age group.
rollerblading through the quiet streets of my hometown with my own personal soundtrack loaded up. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a secret. I love rollerblading and music. And that's why we spent a long time perfecting the movement in the game to make it feel smooth and purposeful. And when it comes to music, I always have a soundtrack for how I'm feeling. In Roller Girl, the music is linked to the mood of the game. Changing the playlist changes your perception of the world, from happy.
I mean, how long ago did Boogie Nights come out?
Sad.
Fuck, like 20 years?
The mood
Jesus,
influences
no,
other
what?
characters'
Hold on.
responses to you and your dialogue options. Key story moments also impact the mood. We are curating a soundtrack inspired by 2000s pop funk by connecting.
1997, Jesus
So
Christ!
far, we're featuring artists Narima
Okay, yeah, forget about us. We don't matter.
and King Fab.
Anybody who remembers Boogie Nights doesn't matter.
There's something about the way it feels to effortlessly glide down a smooth street. Your favorite music playing in your earbuds, and for a moment, it's like time stops, and you're just in a flow state. That's what Roller Girl represents. Your wheels
Nice
on,
fountain of
your
poop.
music up, and the freedom to move.
That's awesome, dude. I'm so glad to hear
The
that.
freedom to explore
It's a
and
nice, it's a
learn
great
about yourself
feeling,
as
right?
you go.
Owning a house.
You start the game having just gotten your first car, which breaks down immediately. Desperate for cash to fix it, you lace up your rollerblades and grab your MP3 player. You do odd jobs around town, stumble into a romance, and uncover a juicy town mystery. I don't know about you, but I used to spend a lot of time in my head.
And then, but
Back
then
in the
again,
day, I would rollerblade
you say
around
like
my
Boogie
hometown,
Nights is
inventing backstories
too
for
old
my
to be
neighbors.
relevant, but
There's a certain charm to small
rollerblades?
towns, and I can't wait for you to poke around and find the little stories I've hidden behind
Not a lot of
fences
I'm
and
not seeing a lot of
brown
rollerblades
corners.
around
Thanks
these
for taking
days.
this tour with me, and thank you to the Black Voices in Gaming Showcase. I can't wait to see you find your vibe in Roller Girl.
It is possible why Buffalo. Whoa. No, we used to have like this legendary dude in downtown Billings, Montana, and everybody knew the guy, but no one knew like his story or anything, but he would rollerblade around downtown Billings, Montana regularly in a fucking tutu. And everybody knew of the guy, but he's a legend. Anybody my age knows of that guy if you lived in Billings at that
right
time.
Into it. I am here with Lizette
In a tutu.
Marcus Montgomery, Cornerstone Studios, and they are working on your first game as a studio, which is Carrier Cuties. It has like a really
Dude, Aldrich,
interesting
when I saw that guy in Bob's Burgers, I was like,
wanna know how
holy
you guys
shit.
Started Cornerstone Studios, because it's like you guys are like super vets. Even I'm like, just the stuff that you guys have done, it puts me in awe. So can you guys talk about how you started the studio and a little bit about your backgrounds?
Yeah, we're not new to this. We've been doing this for almost 3 decades. Some of
I
us
love
have
her
been doing it
dimples.
for 3 decades. So we've worked in console, AAA, small studios, and we were kind of at a point in our careers where we were trying to figure out
Dimples.
We've worked with the biggest titles and the biggest IPs in the world. So we thought the next
Jesus
step for us
Christ.
was
Get your minds out of the boobs. Gutter. Get your mind out of the gutter, you boobs.
And kind of what
you
led
fools.
you to,
God damn it.
You guys know I'm a big fighting game fan. It's like my favorite genre. I play every fighting game. How did you kind of come up with this style of game and kind of want to make a fighting game for your first title?
You know, a lot of this comes back inherently. I'm come from that arcade area, that arcade era where fighting games was really prevalent. I like that Twitch, fast responsive sort of gameplay. It's a lot of the games I've worked on.
Twitch mentioned.
Had that. And so this is kind of just falls into that pocket. To really get into what inspired this, I think, Lisette, maybe we should talk about our grandson a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got a grandson. He's 6, and we, one of the things we love to do is like break out old consoles and old games and just have fun with him and relive the nostalgia of us playing as a child with our grandson. And one day we broke out the Dreamcast and put in Power Stone, and we were just having a blast. Particularly
Power Stone mentioned. Wow.
And
that's a
we were like,
callback.
what happened to this game, and why hasn't it come back? And everyone we talk to has like such affinity for it. They're like, oh, I remember that game.
Yeah.
And they get this like the total like twinkly eye look to it, and I'm like, so what happened? And I was like, well, maybe if we bring this back with like a fresh IP, and make it like update the mechanics and bring it into an area where co-play and like team-based mechanics are sort of like pushed a little bit further. And so
I don't want to belabor the point here, but maybe, the game you're talking about, maybe show it on the screen. Maybe put it on the screen for us to look at. All of us short attention span gamers.
Collection of games.
Been collecting games for a very, very long time. We've, between the different eras, we even go back to the Atari, but the Dreamcast, PlayStation 1.
Thank you.
Saturn games.
Saturn. That's awesome.
Cool. My first job in the industry was at Sega, and so
Really?
yes, so I have a huge affinity for Sega and their the litany of games that they have. But we've been collecting and carrying a bunch of different digital and physical media for a while. So that's
This game. We saw this game. Now I know what they're talking about.
It
We've
also
seen
doesn't
this
help that
before.
You have like an encyclopedic knowledge of game design.
The Waffle House, right?
I may need to hit you up about that. Not for my own, resources and whatnot. No, that's really cool. So if you're looking at your library of games and your grandson, was a little bit frustrated at some of the games that he's playing, what made you decide to pick this one? From, You're just like, do you remember this particular Power Stone? And you're just like,
with kids, you expose them to a lot of different things. You never know what's going to stick, and so we're always, since he comes over and plays with us, there's certain things he likes and certain things he wants to play just because he's familiar with them. But we also want to expose him to new things, and the Dreamcast is one of those things, and Power Stone is one of the many things that we tried. But that was one of the first things that he really attached, and he would ask about it. And it was a lot of it also is because I have the old arcade stick as well. So
you had the arcade stick?
Oh, yeah, and he saw the stick and he was like, "What's that?" And I was like, "Come, son, let me show you
That must
what
be
this is about." Yeah,
fantastic
and
to expose.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and
that's great.
And we really love the fact that we found something we could connect with him, and we find that to be a very unique experience, and we want to make sure that how can we replicate that not just for us but for other people as well. There's a lot of
So rolling into this, how did you come up with this particular game? And then can you talk about the premise of it, because it's extremely interesting.
You know, I think all good games that kind of hit.
Yeah, it does
the
have a pretty neat tune
zeitgeist
accompanying the
often
trailer.
reflect, like the conversation we're currently having and the conversation we're all currently having.
Yeah, PlayStation is about 45 minutes.
So.
Like a 90s rap song.
So I was like, you know, let's you know, and there's assumptions that we all come to, which is like, you know, we're all going to eventually be killed by robots. So let's just play out to the worst scenario, what that may look like, and make it absurd and stupid. So I started thinking about what a post-AI world would look like, and I'm like, well, our pets are still here, so of course they'd be the ones who take over the world. What would that look like, and what would they do with their free time? And then you start doing these really silly.
I'm hearing State of Play is just an hour-long interview with no gameplay.
And then you end up with some really wild story. And
Glad I brought
how we ended
snacks.
up here. Carrier Cuties takes place in the future, where AI does what AI is going to do, and eventually humans are.
Will you end the stream after State of Play? I don't know, Kovarian maybe. I'm not sure.
The world we've left behind, and they build battle bots in the shape of their former owners to battle out their primitive instincts. And that's sort of the premise behind this.
So they died. So their owners straight up are gone. And then they're just like remembering their humans.
Yes.
Did the pets didn't kill them? AI killed them.
Yeah, AI killed them.
Because I'm like, this is so sad.
AI killed them.
like AI killed them. You know,
Yeah.
AI's gonna do what they're gonna do.
Where did we see this?
So let's jump into it. We're gonna play, and then I think it would
Did
be
we
really
see this
interesting
on
to just kind of go over the
that
character
indie
design,
like
the pet
funding
design,
show that we
and
did?
then kind of your approach to art, you know, and that kind of thing. So I'm gonna.
Oh, it was
try
in
to
the
play
6-1. Okay.
And
okay.
talk at the
Okay.
same time.
I will give you some tips as we're playing.
Okay.
What was the name of
okay.
that goddamn
Press
show?
X and Y a lot, and you'll be fine.
It was.
Okay, so what's the character?
So
this particular character.
This is essentially our boxer and our boxer. So essentially, the boxer pet
Indie
is a
Insider
kind of
Gaming
human.
Showcase. That's the one that was all about getting
And
funded.
essentially, they appear as humans at first, and as you sort
Oh,
of
they're
go
playing.
up
Oh my God, they're doing the game.
their
Here we
robot
go.
abilities reveal themselves.
Oh, don't do this!
So
Why are you doing this,
have-
Chrome? You piece of shit!
You guys have pets, dogs.
Yes, we do.
Because the scoop. That's notorious. That's when you're like, when you're like, what the hell are you
It's
doing?
time for a bath.
Yeah, it's you gotta handle that. You gotta handle that in pleasant ways. But you know, we really want to pull in the humor as much as we can of the characters that we have. You know, and you know, while this is still early, we want to be able to represent the humor and the character and the humanity of it all. So very much like the classic Power Stone game, you've got dive kicks. You can pick up and push different objects in the world. You can pick up tables, throw them at your opponent. Ooh. There's hazards in the world as well.
Throw your opponent into the stove. If you hit them against that wall, you'll also see the barrels knocked out on them. So you can also use the world to your advantage.
So I have like homing gloves.
Yeah, the rocket fists.
So how did I get this this power up right here?
So there's power cells, like you just, as you finish, much like the classic game, there's power cells that will spawn across the map.
No, I looked
you're
to
able
see
pick up
make sure it was
free,
in the right resolution, but it is. It's
you're
on.
able to
It's
then
on source.
transform into
So
what would
the
be
resolution they're
eventually
playing on
your
or
pet.
broadcasting is not is like
That's not
720 or
represented in this
something.
prototype build, but that is something that we will have in the future.
Wait, what does that mean? What do you mean?
So currently, when you get your 3 power stones, you stay in your boxer form, but we are debuting a new character with the new build where you're actually going to switch into your pet net form.
Really?
So you're going to have more pet-like abilities once you get your super move.
Oh, I got deaded.
You can see the pet mech in our current trailer.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's awesome. Which we will debut, or we already have debuted. I mean, you guys debuted it, so
you'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
People who were on site at the mix were able to see the actual maquette that I did.
Oh, Knack, that was a good one. You
cool.
make the
So,
other
talk a little bit about
the other player
kind
your
of
bitch because the
practical,
dog is a bitch.
creation of the characters.
Yeah, so one of the things when we were talking about what we wanted to do with the studio, I also wanted to change my process of how I created characters and assets, and try to take advantage of, all this new technology we have with photogrammetry, and my natural ability to sculpt with physical material and clay. So I'm building all the characters in
Well, I
physical
could
clay, scanning
I
the
could do without the
photogrammetry,
dog
apologizing
whining
them,
noises.
and
That's
then animating them for combat.
not fun for dog
And
owners.
you
I
can
wouldn't
also see the visual effects. So we're
wouldn't
taking
imagine.
advantage of the style and uniqueness that we get from physical materials, and then also taking advantage of all of the wonderful.
Do you fight
things
in
that
doggy
Unreal
style?
5
Oh, you
affords
do.
us to kind of push the dynamics and the style and the interactivity of the characters in the world. So
You can do it without the streamer whining
It's
noises?
a nice mix for me.
What? Sea Lion? Why would you say that? God, why?
Take advantage of, the advantages.
Oh, I
that
see where you're getting at.
So, how does this differ from when you were at Double Fine? I mean, you've been, like you said, close to 3 decades. How does this differ? I mean, because you wanted to get it more hands-on, but when you were at previous studios, how did you develop art there? Because you were directed and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I started as a character modeler for 12 years and worked my way up until I became like a lead and an art director. So most of my process has always been digital. Maybe at the beginning when we're kind of dealing with sketching and doing brainstorms and loose sketches of a character, you get paper and you could get hands-on with some oil and paint. But once it gets into the 3D phase, often you're in a digital space. And so for me, I really wanted to take advantage of designing things physically first so that the toys feel great in your hands. Often I've worked in games where we create characters and we don't really see them in 3D physical form until we've made a toy, and by then the design is kind of sealed. So I wanted to nail that down early and making sure it's something like a kid wants to pick up.
Dr. Claude, Jesus.
So you're thinking of like just in general the 360.
Oh, only one twitching. Thank you for the 11 months. And yes, PlayStation.
How
after
the
this.
game will feel not only as a game, but also if kids want to play it, and then probably animation and just different mediums. Is that? I guess I'm making assumptions right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like the toy element.
Okay,
right? So I've worked on games where we designed the characters and mostly digitally, and then when we get to the merch element, the designs fall flat. And there's just a huge amount of opportunity and affinity that people have for their characters, and we want to make sure that the toys and the merch will also reflect that.
That's awesome. Tell me a little bit about the Waffle House, because that's a very
Someone needs to turn on the V-Sync, yo.
Cultural situation. You know what I'm saying? What other? You know what I mean? Like, what other kind of cultural references as far as environments are you guys gonna have? Because no one's really doing that.
Well, we know, and if you think about this world that we've built, we've very much thought about how would these pets think, and if they're emulating their former masters, they would.
Dude, seeing a fighting game or a brawling game with predominantly black characters, or characters of color and shit like that,
Black Friday,
just makes me want
Black
fucking
Friday,
Def Jam, Fire for New York again. Like, give me another one, you fucking cowards.
County Fair.
That game was awesome.
Yo, the
Give me another
County
Def
Fair.
Jam, you sons of bitches. Somebody do it. Get on it.
This is going super you know what I mean? Coachella.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
Like,
all these
I
different
borrowed that
things,
from a
right?
friend of mine. He's like, you like fighting games? I'm like, meh. He's like, how about one with like rap,
Little League games,
rapid musician like characters? Like that's who you fight with. I'm like, this is gonna suck. It's gonna be a gimmicky, blah blah blah. It was fucking awesome.
Essentially, if AI engulfed all of World Star, where would it tell you to fight?
That is fantastic.
Yes.
That is so amazing. I want to see I know you don't have it in here, but the bystanders. For people that don't have the dope.
Because
Like,
AKI
Max,
lost the
like-
license to
We are
WWF.
actually, one of the things my grandson keeps asking for is he wants us to throw people through the window and then they have the people on the other side of the window throw them back in. So
That is so
I'm like, well,
good.
that's Ultimate Waffle House. So that's
Ultimate
definitely
Waffle,
going.
I'm getting destroyed.
Yeah. So we're looking into, like, a lot of this is, there's so much to be explored, right? And there's so many, callbacks and references.
I never
that we
played
wanna
Ready to Rumble.
Pull into the game itself. And
I heard good things, but I never played
really
it.
excited to kind of chase down.
What other animals are
Oh, AKI made WrestleMania 2000, No Mercy, and a
Yeah,
bunch
we've
of
actually
others.
done some
Old
really great
N64 WCW
explorations
games.
on our character lineup.
I didn't know that either.
Kind of exploring different fighter styles with just like an amazing concept artist named Connie Kang. She,
Lord.
one of her books is called Metamorphia, and she kind of focuses on like this really great translation of animals into human. And so we wanted to kind of play on like what would a
No,
house
it's
pet
actually
look
like I credit Def Jam for
and the
introducing me
likeness
to a lot of
between
like
pet and their owner.
musicians I didn't know
And
before,
so we're
like
kind of
Bone
playing around
Crusher, right? Wasn't
birds.
Bone Crusher in there?
Oh, nice.
Anything you consider house pet, turtles, cats, of course, you gotta have a cat and a dog, rats, even, we're even looking into like
Rats.
how we get like a rat or a gerbil, maybe.
Gerbils, yeah,
Yeah, your typical house pet.
That's super cool. So what do you like? How far
Yeah, Paul
are
Wall.
you into?
Yep.
I know you guys are pretty early on. How far are you into development, and kind of where are you gonna go?
And all their voices too, wasn't it?
This is probably
That was one of the coolest things. Like it had all the
5%,
original voices,
right?
like
We
the
are at
actual
the
people's
beginning of our
voices.
journey. And one of the things that's been really great about this is that
Not necessarily their body types, because everybody
This
was a
is
little
just
bit
even
blot
the
than they are
start
in
of
real
our
life in the
visuals,
game, but
right. And there's still a lot
That's
of
all right.
development to go on. There's still a lot of mechanics to.
Hey, Tyndall, thank you for
integrate.
the Prime
There's a lot of different
resub,
things I want to try
39
and get
months.
into the game. I want to try and push this so that the game is very approachable for intergenerational play, so you can play with your kids. But I very much think of this as like play with your kids, put your kids to bed, play with your friends, right? And when you're playing with your friends, you want a little bit more depth. And I want to put a lot.
And then you
more,
go to like, oh god, I remember going to like
emergent
Jacob the
or
Jeweler,
discoverable
and like you'd bling
mechanics
out your
that
fucking
could be in there.
characters, and it would. What would that do for you? I don't even remember if that
push
did anything
the
for you, but
play
like
space of
you
it.
would go there
You
and
have
be
games
like,
like
I want
Power
that
Stone,
watch.
where whenever
right
you get
here.
knocked down, you only lose one power cell. I'm thinking, what if we added a little bit more skill into it, where if you throw an object and it's kind of not targeted or automatically thrown at the person, but you're leading the person and you hit them at a particular distance, you might drop 2 power cells as opposed to 1. Right? Trying to find ways to add a little bit more nuanced play so that you can discover new tactics to outplay your opponents.
That's interesting. Like, I remember, I'm a big fan of Power Stone 2. Power Stone 2 felt less of a fighter because the worlds were everything was moving and that kind of thing. But it'd be interesting.
Do I have any bets for
to see what
Sony?
you
No,
guys
I
do
didn't even
with
think about it until I saw
even
like
extending
JP's
and
like
that kind of
tweet
thing.
about
So
it. Like,
that's
damn it.
That's awesome.
One
Damn
of the
it.
best things I think about Power
Shoulda
Stone
did
1
that.
or that sort of thing is we want to make sure that the game is focused.
But I'll try to keep
defeating the other
JP
team
on his
and working
like.
together with
I'll
your
try and keep him
partners.
honest with that shit because I got the list right here of all the gift subs he's giving out.
The arena itself is a character, and we want to make sure that the
I don't look ahead of time, Kauai,
well.
so like
Being
I
able
can't
to
make
kind
a
of expand
comprehensive
play space,
or
to kind of,
educated
knock
list.
people through walls, as we talked about earlier, through the window.
I don't look at like
and be able to fight
speculation or anything like that. I just enjoy watching it for the
So there's a lot
surprises
of
and shit.
places to
Like
to take this game.
the things that people know about, like I don't. So like I'm the one to drop frames. Like, oh my god, what is? Holy shit! They're making this game, and then Ko or JP will be like, oh yeah, they announced they were gonna show it here at the Sony blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, that's why I don't look. I don't look beforehand, so I can have these moments of like, wow.
Of course, that's why they're in the box.
Okay,
You
that's
can't punch a pet.
Yeah,
Like,
because
come
I was about to
on.
say, you throwing it in front of a Subway, you can't.
You can't. You can patch the pet mechs, but they're bots.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So where can we find out more about Carrier Cuties, Cornerstone?
You can find our Steam page, Carrier Cuties, Pets and Mechs, but we also have a site that you can go to. It's
Yeah,
really
Final
easy.
Fantasy VI Remake
Seastone
is his most
Int
like
studio.
He's gifting out
Start-
500
dot
subs
start
if
page.
they somehow
You'll be able to
announce
look up,
Final Fantasy
find
VI
more about
Remake.
our Discord.
100 for
join,
Bloodborne 2
get
or
the wish
Destiny
list, and
3.
You can see other more updates that are coming.
You can follow us
100
on
for each of
socials at
those.
Seastone
But
Studio.
500
Seastone
for Final
Int
Fantasy VI
Studio.
Remake.
Stone Int. I was like, you hear me? I like hesitated. Like Seastone.
Seastone Int Studio, and that's on all platforms.
Awesome. Thank you guys for coming through and allowing us to play your game. And congrats on everything. I mean, jumping in.
The guy on the left has been in a lot. He's done a lot of showcases. Like he is prolific in these
not at all.
Announcement shows and
on to the next segment too.
Like
this was
I know
awesome.
him too. I don't remember his name, but I know him too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Horror stuff, maybe, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, industry space you see regularly. Yep.
Hold on, y'all niggas playing with me, man.
Let's get fired up.
Thank you, Vince, for gifting a sub to Zeke Blinder. Yeah, that was the Jay and Silent Bob game that Scott and I played. That was kind of like, meh. And also, it didn't help that, like, when you die, you go all the way back to the beginning of the level. Like, if you lose all your lives. That's when we were kind of like, nah, I'm good. No, I'll be watching everything I can, Kawaii. Yep. I will be joining Jay and Silent Bob. I will be joining JP and Co for the big ones, like Future Game Show, Xbox, PC Gaming Show. But I will be watching as many as
Excited
possible.
for all of them, but like, what was your favorite?
I think my standout would have to be Jay and Silent Bob. I mean, I'm a longtime Jay and Silent Bob fan, so just that nostalgia alone was enough to get me pumped up and excited, for sure.
Valid.
Yeah. Real quick, I
Adam
wanna
Ginger,
give
thank you
a
for the 2
big
months.
Shout out to all of our devs today, Jesse, Steve-O, and the entire Cornerstone team. Be sure to put a lot of those games, most of those games, on your wish list while you can, and we are going to toss it over back to Justin.
Thank you, Curtis and Lori, for hosting.
That's him,
the
Justin
show.
Woodward.
Great to see you guys, and loved those interviews.
That's the host, you know, Kawhi.
Love the devs and all the so good. Thank you all for tuning in, and the developers who are participating in these showcases and in this one in particular. Make sure to follow the developers on their socials, wishlist, buy, and play their demos. If you are interested in helping to fund some of those projects that you saw on the show, you could donate to the XP Fund through the QR code.
What's my favorite game genre? I mean, honestly, like the one I gravitate mostly towards is probably horror.
We have to give it
horror
up to our
with some
partners,
puzzle.
No rivals. Aurora Broadcasting for being on the ones and twos.
And then
Raw
anything
Fury
that's
for helping to make this
meta.
thing possible.
I like meta.
And our
Meta stuff.
broadcasting partners, Summer Game Fest. Thanks for including us again. Twitch,
With a splash of
GameSpot,
roguelite.
and Steam. Make sure to catch all of the other awesome showcases happening this week.
Well,
There's
the
so
FMV
many
games
of
are not
them.
something I'd ever
The
play by
Latin
myself, though.
American
Like,
Game
I don't play
Showcase,
FMV games on my
Women-led
own time.
games,
I only
Southeast Asian
play them
Game
on
Showcase,
stream.
Frosty
The
Games
other
Fest,
categories I play on
Wholesome
my own.
Direct, Story Rich, Planet Play, India Game Showcase, Day of the Devs, and more. My head's about to pop. Again, I am Justin Woodward, co-founder Black Voice of Gaming and the Experience Studios platform. See you guys soon, and peace.
All right, there it is. What do you play on your days off? It depends on what's like striking my fancy at the time, but usually like I don't know, games that would be too long for stream, like a lot of survival crafting stuff like that. Like I'll play those from time to time. There we go. No, thank you. No, thank you. YouTube chat. Oh, also, would this be Fuck, is this one of those ones that's going to be ahead of that Twitch will be way ahead? Yeah, 30 minutes. Okay. Is the Twitch stream way ahead? Yeah, games that I want to enjoy, like Souls games. Yeah. I played almost all of Elden Ring off stream. Like games that I'm looking forward to that it probably like things that I can get like fully immersed in. Those are the games that I like to play on my own time. What's the best game ever made in my opinion? It's like honestly it's really hard to beat Elden Ring. Elden Ring is just fucking awesome. Like I had probably the most fun playing that of any game that I played, and I played for 400 hours of it, like getting everything including the DLC and shit like that, like goddamn. But like a close second like might be BioShock, like the original BioShock. That game was a fucking experience. It wasn't nearly as long, you know, it wasn't 400 hours, but BioShock was fucking amazing. The storytelling, the environment, the combat, the magic you could use, like, yeah, BioShock was like, it's one of those ones that like you wish you could erase your mind and play it again for the first time. Definitely that. Elden Ring is as well. Yeah. I'll see your Elden Ring and raise you a Bloodborne. Not even close for me, Super Sea Lion. Like none of the Soul series, in my opinion, none of them are even in the same kind of echelon as Elden Ring for me. Just by virtue of the exploration you can do, the discovery you make if you don't like look up anything, like how much there is to the game if you just explore it organically. It just has so much in it. And like not to mention like the little storylines that you get like peppered throughout the game. Like you'll see a dude, talk to him at a campfire and he'd be like, "I'll see you again later." And you're like, "Okay." And then 15 hours later you're like, "Oh, it's the dude again. That dude from the campfire, he's over here now." Like I love that shit. All right, looks like we've got 26 minutes until the Sony State of Play. Would it be on twitch.tv/Sony? Let me see. Hold on. So that's PlayStation, okay. Oh, it's down. At the moment it is down. Oh, it just popped up. The live stream just popped up a minute and a half or 2 minutes ago. Is Liza P better than any of the FromSoft titles? Well, yes. But I think it's just because like it's newer. It'd be more fun than most of the Souls games now because it's newer and it looks better and the mechanics are more polished and the resolution is great and it's you know the graphics are really cool. But like if it appeared back in the day at the same time as like the Souls games or Bloodborne, like I don't know. Yeah, UIs, better systems, yeah, that kind of shit. Yeah, Lies of P would not exist without the Souls genre. No, it would not exist without Souls games. What is happening? Oh, I'm listening to this. Oh, okay. No, what are you doing? PlayStation. Yes, go to this. Are we not live? It is offline. What the fuck, dude?
Pressure on it being the final event of the year.
There, now they're live again. Oh my god, just go. Get the fuck out of here. When you need to jump in the Discord call? Whenever I feel like it, I guess. Probably. Okay, so we're at 25:05. $25.32. Okay, so it's about 40 seconds ahead. The Twitch broadcast is about 40 seconds ahead. Yes, this will be a Drop Frames like sort of. We'll be in a Discord call together. I just gotta check and make sure the correct mic is chosen here. Check. Yeah, it's not. Okay, hold on. There we go. Check. Oh, check. There it is. Okay, we got it now. Hey there, buddy. Can you hear me? Jesus fucking Christ. No, you just I didn't realize how loud I had it. Yeah, sorry about that. I will turn you down. I saw your list here, bud. I'm gonna keep you honest on your gift sub list here. I'm sure they will. I was just joking. But I love that your Final Fantasy VI remake, pie in the sky. Like if they do it, 500 subs. Right, exactly. No, I know. That's why you put so many subs on that shit. By the way, are we watching the Twitch or the YouTube so we're on the same page? Okay. Sounds good. Did you watch the Black Voices in Gaming? Okay. It was something. No, there was just a lot of yapping, man. It was just a yap fest, dude. What? Oh, you can't hear them. Oh, hold on. You cannot hear JP? No. It's oh. Shut up. Okay, say something now. Is that better, guys? Can you hear him now? Nothing? Okay. Okay. Well, that's fucking weird. Apparently.
During Pride Month?
What do you...
That's the first thing your audience heard me say.
There it is. Okay, now we got you. Okay. During Pride Month? What do you have to be proud about during Pride Month?
Well, I'm not going to say, let me get this straight. I'm going to say, let's be queer.
Okay.
Got him.
Got him. Good Lord.
Let me be queer. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I get the
I
pun
messed
now.
up the
It took
joke.
me a second.
I messed up the
I was
joke.
gonna
I
say
messed up the no. I messed up the joke. Don't celebrate that. Don't celebrate it.
now I get
It was
it.
messed up.
Just let me be perfectly clear about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think Ko's gonna join at the last possible second?
If he remembers it all,
Yeah.
to be honest.
I think like 5 seconds before, someone in his chat will be like, "Are you gonna join Zeke and JP?" And oh yeah, let me go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be the scenario.
I think so too.
I think that's gonna be the scenario.
Yeah. Thank you, Banham. Banham has gifted a sub to Dude, and another gifted sub to I'm in.
Nice.
Nice, dude. Very nice.
How do you feel about this PlayStation intro song?
I think it's a stock one they use all the time, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I'm just asking for your thoughts on it.
I mean, it's sort of a vibe, but it's meant to be kind of non-intrusive, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good for like, you know, the scene in a movie where the guy's like, "Hold on, I think I've seen this somewhere before," and he goes to the library or goes to like the computer, the microfiche like from back in the day, and like, "Oh, there it is. Here's a newspaper article from 1957."
Ooh, okay.
Like that.
All right.
That's this music.
Sure, yeah. Every time the like beat gets going, I do gotta say I start kind of dancing.
You
a little
bop. You get a bop to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's coming up right now.
Thank
And
Vincent
then you hear the
for
background noise and like boop, 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 boop.
Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Dude. Fuck off. And Electrifies with 3 months. Thank you, Electrifies. And Royce with 74. Balmora with 11. Appreciate you guys.
Do I have the PlayStation drops enabled? I don't think we have to enable those. They should just drop. Can we co-stream this? No, PlayStation doesn't understand Twitch.
Oh, what category do you stream in?
Whatever special events, I guess.
I think you have to stream in a certain category to enact drops. Yes? No?
Well, PlayStation's in special events.
Oh, are they?
Are we
Okay.
supposed to be in something else?
They have their themselves. Okay. Okay. And of course, one of my very favorite recurring subs, Halle Berry's fart pillow. Thank you so much.
You think they think that Halle Berry has a pillow that its only thing is just to like fart into?
Why else would you make that name?
I guess.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like understand the system.
Maybe there was a rumor like on the set of Monsters Ball or whatever where it was like, "Oh, everybody clear the room. Halle Berry has to fart now. Someone get her a pillow. Someone get her a pillow right now."
I could see it. I could see it.
All right, we got 16 minutes. I'm going to take my dogs out for a pee and then I'll come back.
Ogly dokley. Don't tell Zeke, chat, but that's actually my alt account. Yeah, that's my VTuber name. That's right. Can't believe that Aztec emote. That Aztec emote's funny as fuck. Thank you, Slonky Donk. That's my favorite sub. Ah, Slonky Donk. Yes. By buying Marvel Magic cards? No! Only an idiot would do that. You see the chat? Yes. Is that going to be the question I get asked 1,000 times today? I bet you Co joins, and his first words are, "Did you see the chat, JP?" Is this a big state of play show? Yes, the biggest. So many new games. Should have a bunch of new games, yeah. I'm actually gonna go take my break now. Don't forget YouTube. I haven't forgotten YouTube. I just don't want to stream this.
What the fuck is happening? JP left. Okay. Banham, thank you for giving a sub to Just Random Dude. And Dr. Claw giving a sub to Slonky Donk, MTG22 with 9 months as well. Appreciate that. You got your beer ready? I don't have any beer. I do not have any beer. I don't keep beer in the house. I don't really drink it. If I'm not, you know, drinking it with somebody. But I do have cookies. The funny thing on Ginga, I got a convenience store pretty close. Like, it would take me about 10 minutes to get there and back with some beer, but I don't really care about that much. You know what? I do have some alcohol. Hold on. It's my wife's. I'm going to steal some of her wine. Don't tell her.
All right. What's the last game I played on my PS5? Ooh, that's a good question. Ghost of Yote? Jeremiah Bart, thank you for the 45. Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
Never
He
mind.
was a good friend of mine.
Alky bitch drank it all. Would you please stop singing in my chat?
Why? You don't want him to leave and come over to the better show?
Better show. Well, I would honestly say if you ever wanted a sub in JP's channel, today would be a good day to go over there because he's got a bet going with everybody in chat that if certain things happen during this show, he will be gifting out subs.
Yeah, so why would they come over and sub?
No. If they are not subbed, go over there. You might get one.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, he speaks the truth.
There it is right there. Well, you're going to be giving out a few anyways because of this. Hold on. Co's not here, right? Okay. No, of the Co things, there's going to be
give
some.
out like a handful, yeah.
Yeah,
But
2
here's
subs
the thing.
per.
Okay, hold on. Before he gets here, we have to agree that when it happens, we can't say anything.
Okay, no problem.
Because the second that he knows, it's then I'm not gifting any more subs.
You don't think that someone has showed him this post?
I know that someone has tagged him already on Twitter.
Uh-huh.
But Co is really bad at lying.
True. Very true.
So he'll we'll know.
Yeah.
We'll know.
Yep.
You know?
No, I'm looking for the ones that are judgment calls. I love those ones, like the hello fellow kids moment. Like I'll be looking for those for sure.
Okay.
AI mentioned more than 10 times. Okay.
I think that one's 10 times is pretty steep. I think they're going to mention AI, especially if they talk about Pisser.
What's Pisser?
Pisser is they're upscaling.
Oh,
thing.
right. PSSR. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you to Banham for another gifted sub to Solania. And I'm not sure how to say it. Solanai, gifting and also paying it forward, gifting another sub to Blaze Trail, and another gifted sub to Archangel 83. Hell yeah! Where's our sub bomb bingo? Now you've really created a trend here, and I hate. People are asking where my bingo is or gift sub shit is.
Well, that was Maximilian, dude, that started it.
I know. So. I didn't make one. So I gotta make one one big one.
Yeah.
See, and that's the thing. People were asking me about it, and I was like, I don't look into this shit. I don't look into what could be showed or anything like that.
Here's the thing, and chat clued me in on this, and it's a much better way of doing it. The list is not about what you think is going to be there.
Uh-huh.
It's what will make you the most happiest.
Well, you have a Soulsborne game on there and just Bloodborne?
No, I have Bloodborne 2. That'd make me happy.
Right.
But if it's a new unknown FromSoft IP,
oh, there you
go.
New
game.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
10,
that'll
10
also
subs
make
for
me
that.
happy.
Okay, 10 subs for that. I knew you had one.
You can be absurd.
No, I know.
You can be like, I hope that they show an indie game in the final 15 minutes of the show. 100 subs or something like that.
Yeah.
That'd make you happy.
It would make me happy, but it's also it wouldn't make me happy if it's an indie game I don't give a shit about. If it's an indie game about fucking farming or building a village, I don't give a shit. That wouldn't make me happy.
Yeah, so that's part of the bet.
And also, I could argue
be that specific.
I could argue that that's not indie, it doesn't count because no one knows what the categorization is.
Well, then put that. Make one of them like, there's going to be a game that they say is indie that's not actually indie. By gifted. Yeah, Dave the Farmer.
Tell you what, I'll gift out 1 sub for every fuck. How about that?
There you go.
1 sub for every fuck said on the stream.
Zeke's voice is too loud. No, you're just a little bitch.
Wow, we got feisty JP today.
No, this is what always happens. You just don't hear it.
Oh, okay. No, if it's in the game, well, I'll keep a running tally. If it's in the game, if it's by one of the hosts, if it's said on the Sony PlayStation State of Play stream, if fuck is said by anything or anybody, that's 1 sub per.
Okay. I mean, this is pre-recorded, so. Yeah, well, no, you can't have things where I say things. No, it's not. Guys, again, this isn't a let's screw the broadcaster bet over. You think we mainly see Wolverine? No, I think we're going to get some big announcements.
Any hardware reveals from Sony? Ooh, I don't know.
They already announced / showed their new wireless fight stick yesterday, as well as their new monitor yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, that stuff's on their Twitter already. I think they also put the prices out as well. It's kind of weird that they announced a monitor that does 1440p, but they're not bringing their exclusives.
What do you mean?
They're not bringing their exclusives anymore to PC.
Oh, doesn't the PlayStation? Well, no.
I mean, you can connect it to the monitor, but still, yeah, it's kind of weird.
Okay. Yes, PlayStation. You know what? I will give 500 subs if PlayStation announces a rebrand to PlayStation, all caps.
In all caps. See, that should be on there. That would make me laugh. That would bring me joy.
You're not getting drops? I don't know what to do. I have no. Tell me what to do and I'll do it.
I don't think drops exist.
I don't think they exist on this. On the Summer Games Fest they do, but not this one. They don't. Oh, some people are getting them then. Are you lying? Okay. Oh, you are getting them. Okay. Okay, never mind then. I guess there are drops. What are you getting, by the way, if I may ask?
It's Amazon stuff.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I mean, it's marathon stuff, sorry.
Oh, okay. Stickers, huh? Okay. Well, enjoy those.
Yeah, we should have, Dart. Here, I think I can maybe... I guess we'll just snooze for 15 minutes, Dart. Or when like a game that shows up that no one wants, play it.
Yo, Penguin Explosive and Dr. ACAC, thank you for the 83 for Penguin and 126 months for Dr. ACAC. Thank you guys.
Oh, hey, Ro.
Hello, friend.
How are you guys?
Good. We were having a debate on whether you make it in time, but you just made it, buddy.
Like to be punctual.
Now, we did have a bet, though. Did someone from chat ask if we were going to be joining you, and that's why you joined Discord?
No. I actually remembered. For once.
Attaboy.
I don't believe you. That was... I don't know if I believe that voice.
No, I checked to see if a call was up, and then I noticed the little speaker next to the drop frames. So I was like, oh, they're in there. Look at that.
Okay. All right. Well, perfect timing. Here we go.
Let's do it. Hi, everyone. See if they're going to open strong. Okay.
Wolverine.
Yeah, good start.
Yo, that was just straight up Logan and like Madripoor running around.
Hi, I'm Marcus Smith, creative director for Marvel's Wolverine.
Marcus.
Today, we're excited to debut a new look at the game. To set the stage, Wolverine is in a race against time to rescue a group of kidnapped mutants before they're shipped off to parts unknown by cybernetically enhanced mercenaries known as the Reavers. However, Logan quickly discovers he isn't the only mutant attempting to save them. Let's take a look.
Those are some hairy. I don't.
See if we can find the one that got away. Redhead.
You can see every hair.
I don't like those arms, man.
Cannon arms. That's right.
She took off into the industrial park.
Oh, look at this.
All right, let's search the area.
Give me a status update.
Perimeter stable. Holding position.
Let's go.
Damn.
That was a perfect response from that lady.
I'm pretty sure
shit.
he defaced her. Disfacing? Is that like disarming?
I don't like this.
I get whatever. I just like the fact that she just goes, oh my God.
Quiet.
Okay.
That's
seemed
awesome.
unnecessary, but lovely.
This looks so good. Maybe
It's
too
so
bloody?
bloody. Like what? People are like little blood balloons, man.
Shut it, freak.
Isn't that the Dragon Quest guy?
Yep, that's him.
Ship's gassing off.
That's Leech.
Not the tape, Bob. The hell? Skullbuster! Up there! We need backup now!
That guy's dead.
Oh my God!
Whoa.
Oh, hi.
Is that Jean Grey?
No, I thought that was the fireworks. Jubilee?
Jubilee?
Oh.
There you are, Red.
No, Rogue has the gray hair. The gray Shaka hair.
Yeah. Yep.
You? Don't worry. You're not going anywhere.
So they're kind of God of Warring it. The companion.
I know this game is called Wolverine, but fuck, I want to play Jean Grey, dude.
What in the fuck? I think he stabbed him 9 times.
Oh, nice combo move.
No, Wolverine is visceral and shit, but what Jean Grey can do is she can rip people apart with her mind. She can just pull them apart. And she's not doing it, and I kind of want her to.
Oh, is this his power mode? Yeah.
What the hell?
Wow.
Yeah, let's go.
These enemies are right out of Deus Ex, man. Right out of Cyberpunk.
Shit. Yeah, that'll work.
Of course. Oh my god.
That looks a little ridiculous.
Where are those mutants?
Dude! I feel like we need a ref like in the MMA to come in and be like, yo, he's down, chill.
Yeah,
chill.
I mean, this looks really fun, man.
It does.
You're mine.
Bro. Atom Smasher vibes.
I feel free.
Ah, healing factor. There it is. I was wondering how they were going to do that.
Yeah, same thing. Yep.
He picked him up by his head with his claw inside of him.
You ever seen Final Destination, bub?
Hell yes.
I was hoping for the redhead.
That was cool.
That was.
Let's get you guys out of here.
Are you a superhero?
Lock it. I'm Wolverine.
Damn. That's cool, man. Good take on it. Very nice
Yes.
take.
100% I'm in.
Omega Red, dude. Nice. Deadpool. Sabretooth.
Little Sabretooth.
Some folks can't wait to die.
Nice, man.
Holy shit. Okay.
And they're making it out before GTA 6.
We hope you enjoyed that new look
Yes.
at Marvel's Wolverine. This is a single-player action-adventure game featuring a focused, story-driven experience that will send Logan on a perilous journey across the globe.
Are you a superhero?
I don't think
No.
so. Is that? I don't think that's
I'm
Deadpool.
Batman. I can't do it without laughing.
Suit the Deadpool wears
I'm
like,
Batman.
a uniform for
Those who
some
hunt them down,
faction.
while most
Well,
of the
I
world
think that was
doesn't
the
even know they
hand.
exist.
It's a
As
hand
you saw,
ninja.
you'll
Yeah.
encounter iconic Marvel characters like Jean Grey,
Oh, it's
Sabretooth.
Some folks can't
it's
wait
muted,
to die.
dude. I'll play it after this.
We also
Sorry,
showed you a
all the
glimpse of
alerts are
brutal
muted.
combat you'll experience in Marvel's Wolverine. It's fast, fluid, and visceral in the way that only Logan can deliver. Marvel's Wolverine is built to take full advantage of the PlayStation 5 consoles, and we cannot wait for you to get your hands on it when it launches September 15th, 2026. We're also happy to announce that you can pre-order your copy today at the end of the show in select markets. Check out PlayStation Blog for more information. On behalf
Well, I
of
wonder if they're gonna do
everyone
an
at
early
Insomniac
access.
Games, thank you. We'll see you next
Advanced access, excuse me.
Did they do one for Spider-Man? I can't recall.
So wait, we're just not getting that on PC, right? Just like period.
Yeah, it's just probably.
Hello and
I think
welcome to
99%
State of
not
Play.
coming.
I wanted
Yeah.
to start by thanking Marcus and the whole team at Insomniac for that extended look at Marvel's Wolverine. We've got a ton more to share with news and updates from both PlayStation studios and third-party studios from around the globe. Let's get right to it.
Are we
with
gonna
the
hear anything
latest
from
our
Bungie
friends
here?
At Arc System Works,
Are we gonna hear about
XDev,
Marathon
and
stuff?
Marvel Games?
Don't know. It is free to play right now, so they might mention that. And they just launched a new season today, I think.
No, that last guy, I don't know his name, but like he's the guy they hire on to fire people because he's like all smiles the whole time.
Actions are
We're gonna
worth
get the
more
bad guy announcements.
than any word. And the greatest action is to fight. You have defeated so many. You've defeated whole worlds. But you've never fought Doom.
That almost sounds like Matt Mercer. Oh no, Sungwon. Oh, it's Sungwon Cho.
Think you're a genius, Doom?
Okay.
Your
I knew it
words
sounded
are
familiar.
trinkets. My genius is endless.
That's
and now
awesome,
my
dude.
turn. You made promises, Doom, and those
Yeah, it's Pro
promises
XD.
shall be kept.
This violence will solve nothing, Eric.
My dearest Aurora, mutant kind shall rise, and I will be the one to lead the way.
Who are the other two? Oh.
Steve Bloom is the voice for this.
Angry bug. Still holding a grudge.
Bro.
Currency, huh? Time to stop laughing, Gobby. That all you got? Bump the way. What?
Nice.
I'm gonna kill Spider-Man, not you.
Oh, now I gotta play this game.
He's your favorite Marvel character, isn't he? I forgot about
He's
that.
he's my man's.
Moment has come. Attack! No mercy.
Let me do it. I'll slice you up. Don't be greedy. He's mine.
Knights of Doom, destroy them! Feel my wrath! The end is near.
This is like the bitrate is having such a hard time right now.
It really is, yeah.
That was very extra, and it was wonderful.
I see much from my perch atop the tree of tranquility. Yet, there are some outcomes that are uncertain, even to me.
Oh, please don't get eaten. Oh my God, it's Raymond.
Old Rayman.
Let's roll!
Why is the bitrate so bad?
Your heroics will no doubt be the stuff of tales twice told.
I've never
throughout
played a
the
Rayman
Glade
game.
of Dreams.
Come feed my ox.
Calming biscuits? But oh!
Very pretty.
Looks like a legit platformer, man.
Follow me, brave heroes. The Glade of Dreams is in grave danger.
The Blade of Dreams.
It's time I made my mark.
It's 4 against 1! You don't stand a chance! Maybe he stands a little bit of a chance. Globots to the rescue!
I am as fast as a falcon. Quick size.
For the Glade, then!
You think this ends here?
Cool! I'm here!
Are you ready for our game?
Cool.
Ubisoft pulling the ripcord.
Yeah! Here we go.
This the fifth
Now we're
expansion?
talking.
How many are they doing?
Oh, I think, dude, this is when it gets real, JP.
Let's get it pumping. I'm looking.
It's a prequel.
I got a knack to react, but I'm packing a grace to the max with a fact. Let me grab the space. I had to map the place. Who got a laughing face? On long and strong, looking like a stack full of hate. It goes on and on. To the back of the bank, this phenomenon's on. I don't even have to say I'm where I belong. This no back in the you know. I go where I want to.
That's Shay.
You can't stop me and get slumpy to bear on them. They try to put me for mad, look at the tears on them. Mish fight. Yeah, so incredible. When you're this good, go let them know. Yeah, so incredible. When you're this good, go let them know. They ain't never hear a band like this. They ain't never seen a man like this. Go let them know. They ain't never hear a band like this. They ain't never seen a man like this.
I am so here for this, dude.
That was a very well-made trailer in terms of the flow.
Their presentation is so good.
Yeah.
What's this?
No idea. Oh no. This a hero shooter?
Oh no, is it? No, it's not that. You're a yokai hunter, okay.
You could.
Shoot!
Ah, 3-player co-op. Okay.
3-player co-op beat 'em up, it looks like.
Who's making this?
Hi everyone! お久しぶりです。
Oh, it's you! Hi, Akumi.
Did you miss me? I missed you! と言っても、
Alright,
多
I'm
分
interested
私
in the
の
game
こと
now.
を知らないし、忘れてる人もいるかもしれないんですけど、そうだな。見てね、お姉さんです。今日皆さんにお届けしたのは妖怪ハンターアクションゲーム煙です。舞台は煙シティ。この世とあの世が混ざってるカオスな街をアジアをベースにいろんなカルチャーが入り混じってます。煙あるところに妖怪ありという言葉がありまして、それを妖怪ハンターが見つけ出します。そこで使うのが妖怪ハンターだけが使えるフォックスウィンドウ、狐の窓です。この窓を介してパラノーマル
Oh, they actually do the hand motion.
They do.
化してそこに妖怪をハントする。しかし妖怪をただただ集めるわけではありません。私たちのゲームでは妖怪と契約をしなければなりません。頂上をまとい道を狩る、あなた自身に憑依してもらいます。そして憑依した妖怪のパワーを使って憑依アパレルというかっこいいアパレルをまとってスーパーパワーでもっと強い妖怪に挑んでこの世界の謎に近づいていく。ハンターは種類が3つありまして、1つは刀ハンターになります。もう1つは弓ハンター、次はシャーマン。そこで皆さんお気づきの通りマルチプレイあります。仲間と一緒に暴れて死にかけて妖怪ハンターとして
I mean, it's
一緒に
similar.
この煙シティで煙って遊んでいただければ嬉しいです。 私たちはカオスをお届
In that
け
it's
し
a
て笑い
video
をお届
game.
け
What?
したい
It
と
looks
思って
nothing
煙を作ってます
Isn't Night
花より
Rain
最も近い都市
small
ケミ
player
シティへよう
co-op
こそ
PvE?
と言いたいところですが煙はまだまだ開発中です
Yeah, I
情
guess,
報いっぱい落としていきます
Yeah,
の
no,
で
but just I think he was talking about the type of game, not how it
これから楽しんでください
looks. This one looks a little different than Night Rain, just a smidge, just the tiniest bit. But you know, you gotta really look for it. Yeah.
Oh man.
Does that count on your Soulsborne or? Oh, it's not FromSoft. It has to be FromSoft. Never mind.
Yeah, it's gotta be FromSoft.
Been halfway across the continent looking for you.
Oh, that ass. Though.
Hard woman to track down.
What?
Nothing. Shut up.
Well, you found me.
I think there were people that complained about this model.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I think so. When it was first announced.
I hear. When it
Wait, no,
comes
maybe
to
that was the
retrieval,
last iteration of Tomb Raider.
you're the one to hire. This isn't about glory
I don't-
or
Wait,
money or
does she-
making the world a better
Were
place.
those shots supposed to be hitting the
This is
bear?
a puzzle. Buried in centuries of silence. You don't strike
How
me
many
as someone
times
who
has
walks past
Tomb
a
Raider
locked
been
door without wondering
rebooted?
what's behind it.
Oh God.
There's a
4 or
reason
5 times by
I
now,
can only
right?
trust you with this.
It's been like. Let's say yes.
Fucking dinosaurs?
Yeah, man, they were in the first Tomb Raider.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
Along with the skinless monkey bastards.
That is saying there's been 3 major remakes.
Gotta say, you captured your good side.
You're assuming I've got a bad side.
February 12th next year.
February, or as we call it, not GTA month.
Yes. That is one of the next. You're going to see a lot of Februarys. That's like one of the next major windows after February. Or after
Absolutely.
So, what was your favorite from today?
Yeah.
I liked the Allosaur.
What did you like about it?
He's big and loud.
Is this a Jurassic Park game?
Oh, I think my favorite is the Diplodocus.
Dino Crisis remake?
No, it's Annapurna. I think.
Oh, wait a second. We heard about this, didn't we?
I don't know.
I think we heard about this a long time ago. Oh, wait a second. This isn't going to be on PC. Well, maybe. We'll see.
It's Annapurna. Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, it's Annapurna. They're pretty good about it.
There's always a choice.
Is it Turok? No, it's
yes,
yeah.
actually,
you know what? Turok prequel. Let's go with that. Yes, it's a Turok prequel.
It's like new.
I love it.
Actually, Turok right there. He's just wearing the skin of someone he just hunted. That looks nothing
Horizon
like
Before Dawn.
That
There
was
we go.
great.
Yes.
I'm down with big dinosaur game.
Baby food.
Isn't that what happened to Where Winds Mean?
Dude, that's like 2x speed.
Awesome. You can wishlist that Lost Wild game on Steam.
Oh, on Steam?
Yep.
Oh.
I just did.
Oh, wait. We know this game.
You think it's Phantom Blade Zero?
Yeah, dude. This is the one that had the crazy boss with the puppet thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That game looks awesome. Oof. Can't wait for that one.
Back in early 2023, S-Game first showed us Phantom Blade Zero in passing at a hotel. And we knew immediately that this game had incredible potential. Look forward to more details in a gameplay and story deep dive coming later this summer.
Oh.
Next, let's head over to the sandworm-infested sands of Arrakis in Dune Awakening. In this open-world survival RPG, you can fully immerse yourself in the world of Dune.
I think they were really going for it. Look how
Cinematic
buddy
story
we
filled
are.
with
Look, we're
mystery
like
and intrigue,
meeting in hotel
featuring
rooms.
many of the characters from the books and movies.
Okay.
We're
Find
people.
the Fremen.
I know, right? We're real guys.
We're not just a corporate.
Alone or with friends,
Yeah,
you
we're
will
human
explore the
beings.
vast open world
You're
of
fired,
Arrakis
JP. You're fired.
and learn to survive.
When they say
and
human
thrive
beings, they
by
glitch a little
unlocking the
bit to reveal
secrets
the
of
AI.
Along the way, you'll discover new technologies, craft gadgets and weaponry, and build a base
Man,
of
they're
operations
going,
that
like,
will grow and expand as you
full
progress
commercial
towards
right now.
power and fortune.
Have you seen Dune
Pursue
Awakening
the path
before?
of the Bene Gesserit, Swordmaster, Trooper, or Mentat, and master anything from mind control to brutal hand-to-hand combat. In Dune Awakening, you can choose to play with your friends or alone in a brand new single-player mode arriving with the PlayStation release.
Oh, that's actually a huge deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
The game really shines in the beginning area and the small group stuff, in my opinion.
Dune
So that's kinda cool.
Awakening arrives on PS5 on September 22nd. Pre-orders start today. The fan favorite PS2 classic Dynasty Warriors 3 is getting remastered for PS5. Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered is a modern revival of the 2001 game that established the foundation of the series. Players can become one of over 40 officers and experience intense 1 versus 1,000 skirmishes across vast battlefields. And joining the battle is Zilwan, the protagonist from Dynasty Warriors Origins.
It ends here.
Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered launches later this year. Pre-orders start today. From the award-winning studio behind the Ori series comes a bold new vision for action RPGs.
Whoa. Wait,
No Rest for the Wicked is a brutal Souls-like built around skill,
Didn't think we'd see
consequence,
this here.
and precision combat. Step into a living hand-painted world you can explore alone or share with friends in your own persistent realm. A world that evolves even when you're offline. The highly anticipated full 1.0 release expands everything. A massive world.
Oh, are we getting a date?
A deep class and progression system. And hundreds of hours of content, including endgame.
Hope so.
All with full crossplay and cross-save. No Rest for the Wicked launches on PS5 this October and is available to wishlist now.
Wait, 1.0 is October?
Up next,
I guess
check
that's
in
what
with
they just
Capcom
Is that what
for
they
an
did? They
update
just
on Onimusha.
Well, they didn't
is that-
say that, but I think that's
Did
what
they
they're
just
trying
soft
to say.
announce 1.0 in October? I'm confused.
A beast isn't far from an Oni.
Is that what just happened?
You do well to follow his example. I thought you'd see the appeal, Musashi.
I don't think so. Oh, Pat Wilgame, one of the devs in chat says we did. Oh, awesome. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, well, there we go. Thank you. Fantastic. Okay. Great.
Castle on the mountain.
Well, that's incredibly exciting. All right. Man, I thought it was gonna be next year. That's awesome.
Prepare yourself. No ordinary gamer can move like that. I doubt this area was designed to welcome visitors. The castle's owner must be terribly cautious.
That guy's big.
I am Suten Tochi.
Oh my.
Miyamoto Musashi. The fool who seeks strength yet rejects the power of the Oni. You shame yourself, child. Witness my might!
If you live by the sword, fighting is everything.
So you've lost. Will you swap the sword for a trowel?
Like hell I will.
No. What then? Are you going to start taking
Wait. The
souls?
drops for State of Play
Human souls
are a marathon badge?
Yes.
Musashi, if that's the path he walks, I will follow. I've chosen to trust Musashi's judgment in all matters.
Ori departed. Give me every ounce of power that you have. In return.
Then get going, Onimusha.
Wait, are they still going on, by the way? Hold on. Yeah, look. Look at the chat on the Twitch PlayStation. You guys see that?
Is it just spamming the D3 emote?
Just spamming, hashtag we want Destiny 3, Destiny 3 emotes.
We can't wait to get our hands on Onimusha Way of the
Literally
Sword
all the
this
chat
September.
is.
But you won't have to wait long to try it yourself. Here's one more update from the Onimusha team.
Demo today?
Hey, good call.
Wonder if it's PC.
You excited for this game, JP?
I know the old Onimushas, but I never played them myself.
I'm kind of in that boat too. Where it looks like a cool game, but I don't really have any nostalgic tie to it.
Yeah.
It looks cool. So wait, is this a first party? Is that one going to come to PC?
It's Capcom, so yeah, probably PC.
Yeah, Capcom. Cool.
Okay. I think this might be Silent Hill.
I want to see Kojima's new game. Oh, that's a little foggy though.
Yeah, that's Silent Hill.
That's a little foggy. Yeah.
Hey, who's there?
Simon. Are you there? Please say something. Where did you go, Simon?
Something doesn't feel right.
Dude, these graphics look crazy.
Zoe? I'm sorry, Zoe?
What are you doing here?
Why'd that guy have underwear on?
Hey, listen, just because you're a fucking mindless zombie doesn't mean you don't have shame.
He doesn't want you to see his dingle dangle. Is this Silent Hill? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Quiet Mountain. Like, wait, what? What?
The target is the front gate of the capital of our homeland, the Federation of Central Asia. We will storm from the sea and take the capital back from our enemy.
So you're the next one? The one who's
So that first voiceover sounded like the soldier video game chick from Wreck-It Ralph.
Sort of symbol that inspires hope.
We will be in visual range of the land battleship soon.
Jane, whatever her name is.
Enemy artillery intensified. Damn it. Where's Wings when you actually need him? All units return to base.
Where are you going,
Is that? Wait. Was it just crawling across the land?
That's where the
badass.
Wings of Thief comes in. The legendary savior. DD wants the legendary savior to get
A
his
land
much
battleship?
publicity as
Oh, hell
possible.
yeah. There we go.
More exposure, the better.
Cannons firing. We're gonna be wiped out.
All aircraft, pull out.
Sorry, Rex. You stay put, Joker 1.
Above you flies the wings of thieves. No harm will come to you.
Hey, it's the ship from Crimson Desert.
Hands to the sky, everyone. Hope is within reach.
The Terminus fingers.
What, the imposter? Sharing information isn't always about telling people the truth.
Okay,
We can offer.
I'm noticing
right,
something.
Joker 1?
Is it just me or the explosions not look very good?
It's an ambush.
Maybe it's a bit rate. Maybe it's a bit rate.
We dangled the bait and Wings took it.
We'll find out soon enough.
Would you please?
It's gotta be the bit rate, because this game is planes and explosions. So, I mean, I feel like they gotta nail that.
Joker 1, down's an enemy.
You never ran away, did you?
Here we go, Rex.
Come on, Ray.
Let's go, Rex. These skies belong to you, Rex. Go take what's yours.
Yeah, I think it's a bit rate. Cool though. I've never really. Have you guys ever played an Ace Combat game?
Yeah, I played it last week.
皆さん、
Oh.
こんにちは。エースコマットシリ
Well,
ーズ
awesome.
ブラン
Like
ド
all the
デ
way
ィレ
through?
クターのコーナーです。お待たせい
I
たしま
played
した。
this game last
エー
week.
スコマ
I
ッ
could
ト
talk about it more on
ウィングスオブ
Thursday.
シーブの発売日は
Cool.
2026年10月2日。アーリーアクセスは9月29日になります。今回の映像では皆さんがエースコンバット8で直面する出来事を一つ一つのカットに
Is this gonna be on
意味を
PC?
持たせて
No
約
idea.
2分にギュッと詰め込んでいます。自由自在に空を飛びドッグファイトの興奮を味わいながらドラマティックな英雄体験
Chad
が
is
で
saying
きる
yes, it is on
他
PC.
にはない
Awesome. Oh, it has a
エースコ
Steam
ンバッ
page.
トだけの
Great.
空は
Perfect.
もうすぐそこに広がっています。加えてもう一つお伝えしたいことがあります。こちらの映像をご覧ください。
Did you know there are 3 kinds of aces?
今回エースコンバット8ウィングス・オブ・シーブにはダウンロード版はプレイオーダー特典としてパッケージ版には早期購入特典としてエースコンバット0ザ・ベルカン・ウォーの移植版がつくことになりました。ぜひ8と世界を同じくするストレンジリアルの世界をもっと深く楽しんでください。お知らせした通り発売まではあと少しです。出撃の準備を整えてお待ちください。ありがとうございました。
8. Wow. Not a lot of franchises get an 8.
Yeah. I'm super surprised to hear that too.
Okay, so it was Saber Interactive, so this is probably 40K Space Marine 3?
Probably, yeah. No, that's a good guess, I think. Yeah, this is probably Clutch.
I'm pretty sure it's Fast and the Furious.
It's basically Forza, but not Forza.
Oh my god, you get the Knight Rider car. You get Kit, dude.
Oh, this isn't Clutch? Okay. Never mind.
Whoever it is, you're big enough to get a Knight Rider deal.
Yeah, what?
Is this a Burnout? Oh my god, dude, what
are these?
Wait a second.
That was a Mad Max
What is happening
car.
here?
The DeLorean and the song?
Great take. I think we got it.
Yep, roll
Wait,
play.
driver?
Stuntman.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay.
Wait. Is this the same franchise from like back in the day?
Yeah.
I think I played this on my PlayStation 1. Bro, who make? Oh yeah, it gets a Saber. That's how they have so much money. Jeez.
Well, yeah,
That's
Universal was a part of that too in the logos.
Nasty injuries. It's like a beast tore him apart.
A beast? Out here? Are you drunk or something? Do him up and show him out. But he's still weak, so be careful.
What's going on?
Y'all know what this is, right?
I do not.
This is from the makers of Atomic Heart. Oh my god. Bro, are they doing a horror game?
Save your ammo.
Oh, shit.
Bastard. And you're tough. Surprisingly lively for someone who just came out of a coma.
If you want to survive, you gotta hustle.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, Munfish is publishing it. Okay.
You fell from the moon.
This still looks great.
I will help you, but you must not go there.
I'll take my chances. Turns out I'm a lucky man.
Jeez.
You'll find nothing there. But death.
So they hang full dong then.
Bro, this looks awesome.
Well, good luck. Keep quiet in there.
Yeah, dude. I
am so there.
Fucking yeah.
That looks great.
I'm good.
Oh,
y'all can have that one.
Oh, Control.
I'll take this one.
More Control. Another look at Control.
Something is coming.
Well, it's already on my wish list. I must have seen Ill before.
It felt
Really? Have you seen that earlier?
earthquake.
I don't know. It's already on my wish list.
But it was just a paperclip. Falling off a desk. The tiniest tremor before
different
the
trailers.
main event.
Okay.
Jesse. I know what they put you through. You never had a chance.
Game Awards 2024. Jeez.
Two days before the lockdown fell, an uncategorized resonance appeared in Manhattan. As things stand right now, Dylan, you're our only shot at survival.
You are not FBC. You're not even fucking human.
The FBC locked me in that cell for years and forgot about me. The hiss, it was a way out.
People can change. The past doesn't matter. Who are you today?
September 24th. Man, dude, end of this year is gonna get crazy. When it's like, oh,
Yeah.
Lord.
It's the man.
We're gonna have a lot of fun together.
That was great. That was great.
Oh, here's Marathon. Oh man, I want to see the chat.
It's probably, yeah, if anything, I was gonna say this is the time to spam We Want Destiny 3, right? Oh, and booze.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of booze and slops.
Darkness.
Oof.
For those without eyes to see. The canvas, blank and vast. Secrets buried in shallow graves.
I would love to have that AI bot running right now for sentiment.
Warning, sentiment lowering detected. Warning. Change topic immediately. Critical levels. Critical reach. Change subject matter immediately. Red alert. You know what? That's a cut the stream. Cut the stream. Oh, hey, somebody, Orcane in my chat just said, if you're interested in Control, Resident, by the way, Control is 90% off on Steam right now. And it's a fantastic game. If you have not played it, yes, you can get it now, 90% off, and play it before the new one comes out. Am I going to replay Control before Resident? Maybe.
The dangerous and cutthroat world of Marathon expands today with its second season, Nightfall. And if you haven't checked out Marathon yet, Bungie announced an open trial period for the launch of Season 2. You'll also be able to pick up Marathon at a discount. Now, let's take a look at what's coming soon to PlayStation Plus. Up first, a beloved fantasy world is finally coming to PlayStation for the first time. RuneScape Dragon Wilds is an open-world survival game where you rise from survivor to dragon slayer.
Oh, wait a second. Is this
Play solo or with friends as you explore Ashenfall, a beautiful, dangerous new frontier.
This is the survival sandbox game, right?
Where power is earned and every action.
So does this mean it's going to be 1.0?
Don't know.
With magic at your command, cross deadly terrain, mass forage in seconds, uncover hidden paths, and outmatch brutal monsters.
Wait, if this is early access, how is it coming to PlayStation? I thought they didn't put early access on PlayStation.
And push
so they're putting this on PlayStation as EA?
Build a home together.
Don't know.
Farm
they
the
might
land,
say something soon.
And fish the waters. Make it yours.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into this more. Interesting.
RuneScape Dragon Wilds arrives day 1 on PlayStation Plus later this year.
They were ambiguous, so yeah, maybe.
Next up, here's a preview of games coming to the classics
PoE 2 is on
over the next
PS5,
few
and that's early access. Yeah, that's a good point.
In June, battle colorful enemies with musical instruments.
So I guess they do put early access stuff on
one of the
consoles.
most stylish
So
rhythm games from the PS2
that used to be
era.
like a rule. I guess that's just not a thing anymore. Huh. Wonder how long they've been doing that.
In July, Psyops the
this
Mindgate
game looks really
Conspiracy
good.
joins the classics catalog. This PS2 action adventure mixes run and gun gameplay with psychic powers.
So did they close this with the Sony Santa Monica thing? Like, what is the final bit here?
No idea.
And finally, Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, a Capcom classic from 2006, launches later this year in August.
Yeah, I guess it could be the Naughty Dog space game.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen a lot about that yet, have we?
Well, here we go. Never mind.
That was quick.
It's Fire Sprite.
Dark stories. Our goal: confront the evil, corrupting paradise. This is Dead True International.
Oh, is this like a Dark Pictures game? Are all these people dead? Are we about to witness a lot of murders?
You might be right.
I think we're about to see a lot of murders.
Over! They're rotating on that
That's Neil Goldblum! Neil Goldbond, whatever his name is. It's Neil! It's Asterion!
Newborn.
Neil Newborn, Eric. Neil Asterion. That's his name now.
Neil's gonna murder everyone.
Well,
Sebastian.
it really is him.
I'll be looking out for you.
Yeah, it really is him. That's awesome.
Roland, whenever you're ready.
Or New Bond, excuse me, not
Neil Newbond. It's Neil Newbond. Yeah.
Uninvestigated, untold, until now.
Okay, it's been someone needs to get murdered. It's been a hot minute here. Come on now.
Nate, are you out there?
There we go.
We gotta go. Right!
Have a bad feeling.
Let's get rid of it.
Grip it tight.
Go! He's coming!
Oh, dude, is Neil Newbond the killer?
Fuck! Which way?
Steady.
That'd be awesome.
We're gonna have to jump!
There's rocks down there!
Go! Go!
Can you do what needs
Jesus.
Oh,
get that.
fuck yeah, let's go.
Oh, that's fun. It is okay. That's cool. That's cool. Nice. Very
Yo,
nice.
as soon as I saw Peter Stormare, I knew what it
I'm
was.
Stu Taylor,
Yeah, oh yeah.
Creative
Oh, yeah.
director at Firesprite Games. And I hope you enjoyed the first look at our brand new installment of Until Dawn. In Until Dawn 2, a successful crew of ghost hunters who fake all their best content come face to face with real horrors for the very first time.
Whenever you're ready.
Having just signed a deal with a major TV network, they visit an abandoned tropical island. But beneath that beautiful surface lies dreadful, heartbreaking secrets, centuries old and hungry for vengeance. We're looking forward to sharing more details about this very soon, ahead of release in 2027. Thank you.
Now we have one more game to show, and it is something special.
Wait,
this
what?
is a brand new title debuting with more than 20 minutes of
Oh, I thought this was
uninterrupted
supposed to be like
gameplay.
an hour and a
So
half.
Turn up the volume, sit back.
It's an hour and a half in theaters.
Did you just say 20 minutes of uninterrupted gameplay?
Yes. So this is probably Sony Santa
Final
Monica's
Fantasy?
game. No, this is a. I'm not going to spoil it.
It's the new Deus Ex. Definitely
100%.
the new Deus
That's
Ex.
it.
Yeah. We asked for this.
Yeah, I think you'll recognize it pretty quick if it's what I think it is.
Does that sound familiar? Oh. Oh.
Find your way home.
There it is.
You are free.
Oh God! For a second, I thought it was the person we were looking at that just sneezed. I was like, "What?" Oh. What?
Kratos!
Goddess of War?
That's a chick from Daredevil and True Blood.
Yeah, she was in Ragnarok as well.
Oh, I
playing
don't
Faye.
remember. Okay. I love her.
Where am I?
She taught the Punisher how to play D&D, dude. Like, she's awesome.
burned clothes. The pyre. It happened. They're starting on the path. It's just... I didn't get to say goodbye. This definitely isn't the light of Alfheim. Mask. How?
Whoa!
Oh, damn. Okay. Cool.
Oh, come on. Shouldn't have been that difficult. Yeah, armor. Good idea.
Okay, that thing is way too cute. I want a plushie already. Damn it.
Now.
Just wait till it starts saying,
Say you got a parry!
Use your runic skills, Faye! Faye, use your runic skills!
Say, why the fuck did you just die?
Did you know you're on fire? Don't worry, it'll pass.
Guess I'll find my own
My
way
God.
from here.
See, this is one of those weird situations where I'm like, dude, I am so sold on this. I don't want to see anything else. Like, we're good.
Yeah.
Like, sold, done, finished.
Kind of like I had this leaked a long time ago.
Did it?
Earlier this year, yeah. And I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to play that, but now that I've seen this, like, I definitely want to play this.
What was the leak? That it's basically God of War with Kratos'
It's God of
wife?
War Faye, yeah.
I think
that's why I didn't say anything at the start of it.
I didn't realize that I thought she was dead. Like, I didn't realize that she kind of like even had a possibility of going somewhere else. So that's cool, man. I'm here for it.
Well, when you're talking about the pantheon of like Greek and Roman gods, like death doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, they made it seem so final with the burning and everything.
Sure.
I want to know what it's called. Like, is it God of War Faye? Is it like Mom of War?
Mom of War.
Goddess
Yeah,
of
Mom of
War? Like, whoa. I think she's in like the Fae Wilds or the.
That weird square architecture is a little odd. I can't pin that to anything.
Come from the Eagle Onslaught. Mount the gate. The gateway is closed.
Whoa.
Whoa. Wait, that's Egyptian. One of those was Egyptian.
Seems like all gods may go somewhere to die together.
Oh. Oh, buddy. Oh no, the cute little happy things. Okay, I want to murder all of them. We're good.
Let him go!
Wow. What the hell are you?
Is that an Oni?
It might be. That could be like Japanese tradition. So we're seeing like
it's all of them. Yeah, it's
all of them.
Different. Oh, who's this gonna be?
Kali?
That looks the headpiece.
Set. There you go.
Another mask. This is important to you. I wonder, do you think this could set you free?
Whoa.
You touch me again, and I swear, I will kill you.
Would you like to see how hard it is to die here, Godly? I can show you.
You can't keep me here.
The gateway is closed. There is no escape.
Those dreads, though.
Resisting the truth will only make this more painful.
Ew.
Sekhmet.
No, Betsy.
He
I
said
will
Sekhmet.
handle that
I think that's who that is.
You deal with our new pet.
Okay. I think they're gone.
Just be careful.
Fresh air.
What?
Oh, you're different.
You're a cube. Talking.
You know what? It doesn't matter. How do we get out of here?
Yeah, we've tried. There's no way out.
And you're a talking sword.
I'm not the sword. I'm the ribbons, obviously. And my name is Rue. The cube is Frank.
I'm Faye. There has to be a way out of here.
A way out? But you're not even all here.
Of course I'm not here. I'm dead.
You have to be dead to come through the gateway.
It's like you're holding something back.
Oh no. I immediately don't want to play this game anymore.
Why is that?
Did you hear what you just said?
Afterlife of the gods?
Okay, good. I'm not gonna spoil it for you.
The everyone.
Afterlife of the gods. Great.
So, what's the plan, boss?
Not your boss, Frank.
No, I was making fun of the fact that he just said you're already dead. And the reason people are here is because you're holding something back. So in other words, this whole story is going to be really sad and about her wanting to say goodbye. And it's going to get to the end and she's going to get to say goodbye and then she's going to die. Because that's how these games.
Wrong here. I feel wrong here.
You want out, right?
I think we all want that.
We definitely do.
Faye, you need to accept it. All of it. You're dead.
How? How do I accept that?
Simple. Focus. You're here. Be here.
But what if I need to be somewhere else?
Then focus on what you do need.
And that's Quaid, Little Huey's voice, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Find your way home.
Hey, that's it. What were you thinking of?
A promise.
Okay, we'll take it. Now let's get out of here.
Okay. Get ready.
Wait, it's not a good idea. Bad idea.
Oh.
Kratos.
What?
Kratos.
Rue? I think you should give her the sword.
How do I know I can trust her?
I'll give it back. I promise.
Okay. Take it.
Not until I get you out.
I don't need help.
Here we go, coming up behind.
Frank!
idea on opening that cage.
Hey, kids! Get ready!
Oh.
Come on! No! I got a promise to keep. Fine, but lady, that sword, it's more than you think it is.
Are you all ready? I will kill you.
Don't make promises you can't keep, Gotham.
Or if somebody did shard blade.
Get him, Frank.
Hey guys, we have our big Sony thing coming up here. We don't have a model for Frank yet. What do we need to do? I don't know. Just make it put it in a cube or something. I don't know.
It's a gelatinous cube.
It's a gelatinous cube. Let's just tell him that.
You don't know what you wield.
What is it? You're scared of this sword. Why?
I fear nothing.
Oh, our poor bit rate.
Yeah, the game. I want to see a 4K trailer.
Right?
Just give up.
I don't give up.
So cinematic. Damn.
Oh, Laufey. Okay. I mean, fuck yeah. That's wild that there's a gelatinous cube.
I'm really curious about that cube, if there's any, like, lore, like, in any pantheon about that fucking thing, because that really threw me for a loop, and I'm not sure if I like it yet.
I thought it was just a D&D thing.
It's really funny because just like we were talking about on the show on Sunday, like weird, but weird with reason, right?
Yeah.
I saw a lot of stuff in there that was really weird. And I thought exactly what Zeke just did. Like, I hope they're going somewhere with this. Like, I don't know any religious pantheon that has like weird control-looking cube gates. You know, like where, I saw the Egypt stuff was there, the Japanese stuff was there. There was like some, there was definitely a bunch of stuff there, but I hope they like really connect it all. You know, I think it'd be really cool. So, what to see? I bet they will. I'm assuming they will.
Yeah, they're pretty they're pretty good reverent about that IP.
No, I get that the gelatinous cube is a very notorious D&D enemy. I get that. I know that. I'm very well aware of that. I'm just wondering what it has to do with the gods, because they haven't done anything like that before, have they?
I know my gelatinous cubes from the Kino sewers. That's where I used to farm them in EverQuest, and that was where I know they're from. So maybe it's an EverQuest reference. That's probably an EverQuest reference. That's probably.
So there's a synopsis for that, I guess, on Twitter that was tweeted out. It said, "Death was supposed to be the end, but for Laufey, Faye, Warrior, and wife to Kratos, a new adventure is just beginning. Awakening unexpectedly in a strange land after her death. Faye discovers the plans she put in place to protect Kratos and Atreus in her absence are now at risk. To save the ones she loves, Faye must fight through the afterlife of the gods, the Every Win, where ruthless gods from across mythology vie for power in a land overflowing with dangerous magic. Harness Faye's speed, control, and relentlessness to overwhelm even the fiercest of foes with decisive, deadly precision.
How crazy would it be if they had an idea for this game before or during when they made God of War, and they're going to have it so like this game running in parallel, like things she does in this game influence major events from the game we've already played through, and it's going to be like a Hodor situation where it's like, oh god, she did that, she helped with that, like, oh
yeah, I bet
you. They have, because the first thing I thought of, there has to be a reason that they're doing this in parallel, right? It's not like she showed up there later. It's like the second she got there, she made a point to mention, they're doing this right now. So it's like they're matching events up, right? So there has to be a reason they're doing that. So that could be super cool, man. Oh Lord. That'll be cool. Anyway, I gotta run, guys. Thank you for the fun. That was cool.
Yep. We'll see y'all. What's the next thing, by the way? Friday?
Friday, yep.
Right. Yeah, I think Friday's the big day. That's when
okay, yeah. Friday's
this
SGF.
weekend.
Cool.
So
all right.
See you guys then.
We'll see you when we see you. Have a good one, guys.
All right,
Bye,
bye.
guys.
Yeah, that was a little weird. I'm not sure, like, everything else, every single other thing we saw in that trailer, I was like, fuck yeah, I'm down. Like, cool. Like, they're incorporating other pantheons from other, like, you know, areas of the world and shit like that. I'm totally with that. But the cube, just like, I want to know, like, I want to know why it's there, because it's just, every time I saw it, it threw me. I'm like, this is not a D&D game. No, it's fun, but it's I've never been pulled out of a God of War game like that, looking at something and going, oh, that doesn't make sense that it's there. Like, everything I've seen in God of War makes sense that it's there. I mean, there's got to be like a backstory for that shit. The ribbon and the sword, maybe that helps explain what Frank is. I mean, I'm 100% down, like, with the game. I'm definitely going to play it. I'm sure it's going to be fucking awesome. It looked awesome. Like, all the action scenes and shit like that. I'm just saying, like, there's that one little, like, that was a weird choice, wasn't it? Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if the cube and talking sword were pitched by Deborah Ann Woll herself and they ran with it. I don't know. Sounds pretty flimsy. Am I excited for Wolverine? Absolutely. Wolverine looks fucking awesome. I just wish, like, there was a part of me in that trailer that showed Jean Grey and it was Jean Grey, right? Jean Grey fighting side by side with Wolverine. It was her, right? Yeah, okay. I would, like, in a game that bloody, soaked in, Wolverine just gets drenched and soaked in blood. I would love to see Jean Grey, like, take somebody and go, and just rip them down the middle apart, because she can do that. She's that powerful. I was really hoping that she would use her powers for more than just like, I'm going to throw you against a wall or throw you away. I was really hoping that we'd seen Jean Grey just fucking just. Because she's by far the most powerful X-Men. Like, most powerful mutant in that entire, like, universe, right? Because she can manipulate anything, molecules. Yeah, Jean, I know Jean doesn't do that, but like, it's like Batman being side by side with someone who kills. It's like, well, I mean, if he's doing it, I should probably join in the fun. You know, I'm teaming up with a fucking bloody murderer. Like, how does that make me better? Like, oh, I won't kill, but Wolverine will. Like, fuck that, dude. I'm just fucking use your powers and rip some heads off and shit. Tasty Empire. Oh, let me unalert the mutes. There we go. And this one's for you, Spencer. I know you did it during the thing, but here we go.
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you? I'm Batman.
I'm Batman. Fucking mom, dude. So good. Thank you for everyone who subbed or gift subbed during the show. White Buffalo, Vincent, gifting to Mute Blather, Banana Joe, Yaba, and Tasty Empire. Thank you for the resubs. I appreciate that, you guys. I'm Batman. Scarlet Witch is on par with her, if not more powerful. I mean, yeah, sure, okay. That magic. Magic is tough to put a fucking, you know. Like, we know exactly what Jean Grey can do. She has the power of telekinesis and a little bit of mind-to-mind stuff. She has a little bit of that, but she has the most powerful telekinesis. With fucking people like the Scarlet Witch or fucking Doctor Strange, people who use magic, it's like, that's kind of hard to gauge because it's like, well, if I find a spell of ultimate power, like, I can probably use that. It's like, fuck you. Telepathy, thank you. Jimmy Jigs. Jimmy Jigs with that fucking loves that alert. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate it. Did you try out Fate Keeper? No, I don't think so.
I'm a scat man.
Give it in, bop, 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 bop. Grey Gorilla Burrito. Give it in, bop, bop. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. So did did I hear a fuck in there? Was there a fuck in any of those trailers, by the way? Because if there was, I owe a sub, or however many subs. There was one fuck. Okay, then I will gift out a sub to a random viewer. Wait, maybe not a random viewer. Who will I give one to? Let's give one to... There you go. There. Oh, if it works. There we go. There you go, Megasiv. There's your sub. I saw you say earlier that you love it here, and I'm like, I'm glad you love it here. Here, have a sub on me. That's for the fuck. You are my fuck sub. Is that better than being a fuck boy? You're my fuck sub. And Stryer gifting out a sub to Mr. Fuckstick. Anywho's, I mean, we normally have an hour and a half left, but well, I don't really have something I want to play. Like, I have Batman, but we finished Batman. We finished it. We got to the credits of Batman. I don't know. It's getting really warm in here again. I fucking hate it. I'm going to get an air conditioning unit. Yeah, I need a new filler game for the stuff like in between the showcases now, because I thought Batman was going to last a bit longer, but we ended up finishing it. Let's see. The zombie Korean drama game? Fuck that, dude. That was such a disappointment. I'm surprised they didn't fucking refund it yet. I was talking about refunding it, wasn't I? There's always Noita. Fuck. Fucking Noita. Oops. Tex Murphy is getting a remake? Under a Killing Moon is getting a remake? You gotta be shitting me. Oh, that's funny. That's awesome. I love it. I wishlisted it. That's great. Love that. I tried Fate Keeper, and the game needs a lot of work, like a lot. Okay. No, I have First Light in my, like, 007 in my, like, I got it from Twitch. My Twitch rep was like, hey, do you want a key for First Light? I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. But is it, has the hype for it died down enough yet where I can actually get an audience with that shit? Actually, you know what? I don't really need an audience for it. I don't even need an audience for it because it's just like for in-between trailers this week. You could try out the demo they announced in the PlayStation Showcase for that game. What help me out. What game was it? Is the demo on Steam or is it just on? Oh, Onimusha? Onimusha Way of the Sword? Oh yeah, it's got a demo. Yeah. Okay. No, I played Onimusha on stream, didn't I? Was that for 100 month or something like that? Oh, is it old enough to be on CD-ROM? No, they have a demo on Steam for Onimusha Way of the Sword. Yeah, maybe knock out a 100-month game. Well, that's what who just said that their 100-month game? Oh, Stryer said it. Tactical Breach Wizards. There it is. Tactical Breach Wizards. You lead a team of renegade wizards in Kevlar through turn-based battles to unravel a modern conspiracy slot. Combine their unique spells and clever ways or rewind time to try every crazy plan you can think of to punch a traffic warlock through a 4-story window. What the fuck? Oh, it's fights in tight spaces, but funny? Okay. Yeah, there was no Square Enix anything, was there, Kwai? Yeah. Oh, Tex Murphy Killing Moon has a Kickstarter right now. Oh, that's funny. That's fun. Well, I own it. I don't know how I own it, but I own it. I haven't played it, I don't think. Tactical Breach Wizards from March of this year. Oh, you bought it for me. That's why I have it, Strider. Well, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Shit, maybe we fire that up tomorrow then. Maybe we fire up some Tactical Breach Wizards tomorrow because I got a 1 hour sponsored thing tomorrow, and I don't know. Do we have any showcases? Oh, we've got Shaq News E4 Indie Showcase, whatever that is. Well, maybe not. Here's the thing, though. Like, I want to give you a full stream, and if I'm looking for a game to give, like, full streams aren't going to happen this week. You know what I'm saying? I'll be doing like half streams and like 3/4 streams because, yeah. full streams never have. Shut the fuck up, Scott. Don't be one of those people. I stream between 7 and 8 hours a day usually. Some days I get off early. This might be one of those days where I allow myself to get off early. Because it's not only that, but it's getting fucking warm in here and the fucking air conditioner's not working. How many terabytes does my SSD have? I think it's only 1, but it's also like I delete games periodically. Oh, speaking of deleting games, I can delete this one. Or uninstall that one. I finished that guy. Oh, Phonopolis. I never finished Phonopolis either, did I? And apparently it's not that long. I dig it. I can dig it. Yeah. Let's see how far we can get. We got an hour left or an hour and a half left to stream. Let's see how far we get. Why not? He said. This was a fucking random point and click that we found on Indie Day that's got some good style to it. Phonopolis. New weird point and click game. And then we'll get, we'll see how far we get in this. Just, it's also a game that doesn't require a lot of like, it's not action heavy. It's nice and chill. It's a good game that we can play in between shit. Echo Generation 2 via Game Pass. Stick to your gut. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, I didn't want to leave until Katie got back home because she went horseback riding today. And she's going to play some more Elden Ring, and I kind of want to sit with her.
All right, I've got to find the 3 elders and tell them about my dream. Raquel is in danger.
And I kind of want to sit with her while she plays it in case she has any questions and shit, because I want to be a good steward of Elden Ring. I love watching new people play that, so we'll wait until she gets back.
The House of Propagandists.
She doesn't care about backseating all that much. That's the thing. If she cared, I wouldn't do it. But if she doesn't mind backseating at all. And yeah, she went horseback riding for the first time to get used to like the horse, I guess she's going to be riding, and they're going to be taking horseback riding lessons or something, or they're just going to go trail riding or something. And this was like, get to know your horse session with her and Beth. Is she playing that on stream? Yeah, oh yeah, she's streaming it. Absolutely. Okay, so my object, I've got to find the 3 elders, wherever the fuck they are. And last time they were in these garbage cans.
The leader has imprisoned Raquel in the avant-garde quarter.
The leader? Why is he holding her? That would mean Raquel didn't betray us. But how do you know this?
She didn't betray us, I'm sure of it. It came to me in a dream.
In a dream? But Mr. Felix.
Felix.
Wait, Dergiev.
Not Felix. Felix. But Mr. Phallus.
All right. If you truly want to find her, we will guide you. Just promise that you'll bring Raquel right to us.
Passing through the portal to the avant-garde quarter is impossible. You would have to look like a member of the avant-garde caste. And only those chosen by the leader belong there. However, there's another way, through the water pipes. And don't forget our agreement. Bring her right to us.
Okay. So I have to bring them Raquel. And in order to do that, I've got to break into the avant-garde quarter, which is like the hoity-toity upper crust place.
The path to the avant-garde quarter goes through these water pipes. I've seen them before. But where?
I don't know. Wait, what happened? Oh, they go in there and come out there. Okay.
Ah, yes. The Department of Request Denial.
You don't know what to do with that? Okay. Get, dude, just where's the out? Where's the exit? Yeah, fuck off, dude. Well, fuck me. Now I can't leave. Come. Oh my God. What happened? How do I get out of this fucking toilet? Oh, it is pulling this, whatever that is. That string is getting tighter. Yep.
Now we're getting somewhere.
I'll shut that off. There you go.
Yeah, it's jammed. I'll need a wrench.
Oh, fuck. Well, where am I gonna find it? Now I can leave. Okay.
Phono Bureau? Closed.
Okay. Who's gonna have a fucking wrench, huh? Oh, he has one. Oh no, he has a crowbar.
I need to get out of here.
Okay, so don't talk to those guys.
New posters? What does the leader want to tell us this time? A factory for loudspeakers. Figures.
Wrench. Who would have a wrench that I could have?
Oh, seems we've hit the portal.
Oh. Something's happening. Oh.
This guy got a house for being the best worker around. Stopping that water geyser should be no trouble for him.
Okay. So find this setup of houses. Work well, get a house. Where is that guy?
I can only enter the avant-garde quarter with a pass.
Oh, right. Oh, there it is. There. This guy right in the middle here. Okay, so I've got to go down and get over to that, past that house. Okay.
I need to find the plumber's house. I think I saw it in the workers' quarter.
Oh, so those guards are gone now. Okay. What? In here? Okay, I just walk up to it? Sure, why not?
Here we are. The plumber lives in the middle house. Oh, okay. Okay, that one goes, okay. Nope. That goes there, okay. That goes there. And then, nope. That looks good so far. We just have to turn this guy. Nope. All right, okay, so everything has to stem from, oh no, that guy can move too, but I haven't seen another green hollow.
So, no. So that has to go that way. Because it has square, symmetric, square. Okay, then circle, square. And then square, just square, square. And what is on this side? Top circle. God damn you! You don't have a top circle. God damn fly. I think it has to go since it's a green circle in the bottom. I think it has to be that way. So this one and this one have to face each other. So that green circle can go in there. Has to be that, so the square can go into the square side. And then square circle go into square circle. Bottom square go into bottom square. But then these two don't fucking match. It's the only connection that's missing is these two. Unless that green circle doesn't matter. Green to green. It's the only one that's color coded. I don't fucking get it. It's the only one that doesn't match. Okay. So it doesn't have to be circle square. It just has to, okay. I thought circle square had to go. It does not. There it is. Nope, never mind. Thought that was it. Oh, what's this?
There he is.
Hey!
Worked so hard, now he's out like a light.
Nope, turn it back, turn it back, turn it back. Okay. So I'm able to move the hook at the top here. Oh, there we go. Oh, there you go. Yep. Oh. I don't even know what that does. This button doesn't seem to do anything. This wants to connect to something. Huh. No, not you. Yo, Sapphire Scale, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Thank you. Huh. If I can figure out what... Oh! If I could get this to stay down, and then I could turn this. I just need to weight this down, because that's what's preventing the thing from turning. Oh, and then I can connect this tube to this thing if I can get the top to move. If I can fucking figure that out. Drop the baby on it? Is there a baby somewhere that I'm missing? No, goddamn, dude. Fucking shit, dude. See, it's that thing right there that's preventing this from turning. I don't have a lot of room to move this thing. It seems like I drop him onto this, and then it holds down the top so I can rotate the top without the bottom. Can't, like, I can only manipulate it so far. Hear about the weather you missed in Denver lately? No, I have not heard anything about it, and I'm glad. I'm glad. Fuck's sake, man. This should not be that difficult. There's not that many things to manipulate. I just don't know what I'm missing here. There we go. Okay. I forgot I could close the hatch. No, god damn it. There, stay there. You. Okay. Oh, whoa! And then, oh, I can't open it on those fucking guys. fucking go. Okay. Oh, I need them to get hooked on that hook thing. Okay, that's what I need. Okay. There we go. Jesus. It was all relying on that little hatch I forgot I could manipulate. Oh, the God of War cube, the gelatinous cube spells his name Frank with a PH. Oh my God, that's a little fucking weird. What are you doing? Run, go. There, go in there. Okay, now I can shut off the water and go down the pipes to where the rich people live. Oh, I gotta grab it, right? I gotta grab it and then use it. Or what? Okay, Frank, played by Jack Quaid, is a curious cosmic cube with an earnest disposition. He will do whatever it takes to protect his friends and the creatures of everyone.
Well, this doesn't quite look like the avant-garde quarter.
Doesn't fucking tell me anything.
But there's another pipe up there.
Idiot. There. Now pour some oil into that thing. And do something with that. I'm not even seeing what I'm supposed to do.
That's where I need to go, but how?
Okay. I feel like I'm supposed to use this drill to drill into that thing. I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at here. Okay, so those connect. All right, hold on. So these guys connect. What?
There's something inside that crate. Let's get it out of the way.
Are you gonna blow it off of there, or? I'm trying to drill the crate, I just don't know how. I put the drill next to the crate, thinking that that would do it.
I could drill into?
Yes! Drill into the fucking crate, dude. See, look, it turns this way. drilled into the pipe. Yeah, if it's next to the engine, which it is right now. See, I moved the fucking box out of the way. And the drill turns to drill this, but not the fucking box. Oh, something's happening. The steam is blowing into this. No, no, drop that, drop that, drop that, drop that, drop it, drop it. Oh, that's what's rattling is my, I was like, what is rattling my desk? My fucking controller's plugged in. Like, I felt the vibrations, dude. Yeah, the steam is making the oil bubble, but I don't know what to do with that information. See, I can make an effort to climb on the box, but it doesn't fucking help. Why won't it fucking drill to the left? It drilled to the left when this was... Have you tried putting the box next to the steam vent so it bounces and can... the pipe doesn't show up here. I'm fucking totally at a loss here. Okay, so the steam was making it go too high. If I move the steam, I can adjust the thing. So now that's off. Wow, that was... weird, dude. Don't blow me off. Sheesh. So blowing the or drilling the box was never the answer. Fuck are these guys doing?
Oh, look. It's the avant-gardists. I've got to get one of those costumes. That costume won't fit. But yeah, this one's perfect. Nope, not my size.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's perfect.
Well, what else can I manipulate besides these things? There we go. Make them all do the same dance move. Oh, there, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Clapped enough. Take clothes off. Got it. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now we got it. Let's go. The beat of this game is fucking cool too. Time to get the avant-garde clothes on and go find the avant-gardiest. The avant-gardian. And down the toilet we go. Yeah, some good bops, man. I'm digging it. Oh, let me go ahead and go up there. Or not. Ma'am, come back. I just want to talk about your car's extended warranty.
I was hearing Bafov's voice.
Oh, what?
It was stern and urgent. I didn't like it at all. No, I didn't find her. I couldn't get any further. But I got clothes of an avant-garde cast member.
Well then, hurry, Mr. Felix. There's no time to spare. You have to go through the portal, but you need a pass.
What pass? Where do I get it?
At the Phono Bureau in the bureaucratic quarter. Hurry!
Okay.
I was exhausted, but I had to keep going. I was so close. The path to the avant-garde quarter leads through the portal, but first, I need to get the pass. It's a public canteen. Ah, yes, the Department of Request Denial.
Oh shit, okay. 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 Nope, blue leads me back up here, so not blue. Okay, red takes me down through there. Yellow. Okay. Red. There we go. We got it. We got it. Not blue. Yellow. Yellow, blue. Yellow. Blue. Then I show up over here. I'm right there. Yep. Okay. No. Oh. Yellow, blue, yellow is good. Okay. Oh shit, okay. Oh, that's his head. I thought that was his butt for a second there. Yep, give that to him. And he can stamp it. Do it. Stamp the fucking thing. There you go. What the fuck? Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. All right. So she passes it to this guy. He eats it. Fucking shit. Now I have to fucking start all over again? Oh, he's awake now, though. That's good. Okay. No, don't burn his tongue. Okay, okay. Where'd the book go now? Oh, I gotta do another one. Okay, okay, okay. I get it. Stamped it.
The stamp down.
Now lick the thing. No, he doesn't have anything to lick. How do I get this guy's fucking tie out of there? This stupid fucking blue guy, right? Oh.
He really slams the stamp down.
Oh, good Lord. What could help this fucking guy get his fucking tie out of there? Yeah, I see the leaky pipe. I don't know what to do with it. I can't manipulate the leaky pipe. Oh, he slams the stamp down hard to unfucking staple the guy. How do I get this guy to get this water here? Because There, take that. Now staple it. Oh, Mom must be home. Okay. So I give him a coffee. And his tongue is on fire. Now hand it back through. Okay, now give him the coffee. His tongue should be moist now because he just had some coffee. What the fuck? I know the dripping water. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how to get the dripping water to this guy's tongue. No, not you, not you. God damn it, no. Just pass it through. There you go. Give it to that guy. Now open it up. Let the water drip on it, I guess. I mean, the water dripped on where it's supposed to go. It's, yep, no. I can't get the water to the coffee because they're they're in diagonal squares. I can't get coffee to this guy. I can get coffee to yellow or gray, but I can't get it to blue guy because they're in diagonal squares. No, I played this already, but I never finished it. So I'm progressing now, or trying to fucking progress. Like, if there was a way I could cool off the coffee, that'd be great. Yeah. I pass the coffee to the stamper guy, and he just drinks it. And he loves it. And then throws the cup away. If stamp guy stamps while he's above cup lady, maybe it causes the cup to spill or something? Oh, he doesn't stamp anything. He doesn't have anything to stamp. Right. Dude, I'm looking for any help right now because I am fucking clueless on how to get this guy make his tongue feel better. Leon Lemon Logic, thank you for the 15 months. Oh, maybe he will. There we go. He pushes down on the pipe and it breaks. Holy fucking shit, dude. Okay. That's what it was. Hand it to that guy. And now he'll lick it. Close enough. This pass is only dedicated to members of the Avant-Garde cast. Custom required forgery will be prosecuted. There you go. Get that pass. Let's go. Beautiful. All right. And that's where we'll quit for today. There we go. All right. Tomorrow is going to be a fun day. We got a couple of things, and we got a. Hold on. Let me just. There we go. Exit the game here. Turn on some tunes, I suppose. Tomorrow is going to be. We're going to be playing a demo for a sponsored portion of tomorrow's stream. It is, where is it? Chivalware is the name of it. We're going to be checking that out for an hour, a sponsored hour of stream for that game. Yep, Chivalware. And then later on in the day, we'll check out the Shaq News E4 Indie Showcase, whatever that means. I don't know what Shaq News is, but it's all the news you could ever want about Shaquille O'Neal. It's my guess. So, yeah. So we'll check that out. We'll probably finish up Phonopolis, and then it'll go Chivalware, Phonopolis, then Shaq News. We'll see where the rest of the day takes us. So, that's it for me. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys having a good time, or hope you guys had a good time. One second here. Hi, Lil. How you doing, Lily? Doing good? All right. I guess that's going to be it for me today. Thank you guys for being here. I'm out of here. Until next time.
For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya.